loves, welcome back to Holy Library. How are you doing today? Wait, hold on, can you hear the music? Okay, never mind, I do hear it. It kind of seems kind of low. Yay! How are all of you on this blessed Sunday? Hi, Cassiel. Hi, Connor, welcome. Hi, Japel, welcome. So nice to see you both. Oh my god, really? The ad? No, the ad. No. No, the ad. I found my old mini disc, so now I can stream without hunching my back. Oh, so good. I'm really happy for you. Hopefully you can hear me though because of the ad. Me, I'm always hunching my back every stream, every day at work. that's probably bad. For an ancient old being like me, but I need to start actually straightening my back so I don't get I don't become an old man forever for the rest of eternity. But yeah, I was gonna wait until the ad started before I was gonna start the stream, but I didn't see any notification about it, so I was like, oh, maybe the ad is gonna take a while to appear, but oh well. Praying for your spine and bones, thank you. I need a lot of praise for that. actually, yesterday I started my first singing lesson, and my teacher, she was teaching me how to have like the poster to be able to sing better, and it just made me realize, oh my god, how badly my posture is all times. I do need to change that. Even right now, honestly, even right now as I'm speaking, I'm still in shrimp mode. Holding my little cinnamon roll plushie in my legs. Okay. I'm getting checking my posture. Maybe I should add those redeems that people add where it's like, check your posture. I do need that. But yeah, I hope y'all are doing okay. Right now, have my coffee, and I just ate a donut before the stream, so I don't get too hungry. And of course, have my book over here. Bro, poster is always such a struggle. It is. How I don't understand how people can just get used to that, doing that subconsciously. Because if I don't check myself, I'm always gonna be a little shrimp everywhere. When I'm walking, when I'm sitting down, everywhere. But I do, like they say, I do have an excuse. I have very large wings. I have 4 set of wings. They're too heavy. That's my excuse for having looking like a hunchback half the time. Also, welcome, Ambrose. I was about to get distracted changing topic. But yeah, like I was saying, today we're gonna be reading Alice Through the Looking Glass. Last stream we read Alice in Wonderland, which is the first book. It's 2 books. For those who aren't familiar with it, I used to believe it was just 1 book, but no, it's 2 books. And we only managed to finish 1 last time. So now we're gonna get through this one. The link is pinned on chat, or there's a PDF if you all wanna follow along as well. It has both books so you might have to scroll to get through the second half, but hopefully it's helpful. I'm pretty sure it also comes with the illustrations and stuff. So yes. Too heavy. Just make yourself way less light. You got me, Clover. You got me. I'm supposed to be as light as a feather, but I guess sometimes I don't know, my mind, in my mind I just see it as weight, and it affects me physically. I'm already in my man. I'm already an old man. Sipping my coffee and reading my books. Maybe one day I can actually believe I'm young again. But yes, oh yeah, hold on. Before I start, I need to remember to put the little rules here. Just like in every reading stream, these are the rules. I have some redeems, and well, I haven't shut up alerts yet, but yeah, I do have. Usually during these streams, I have redeems alerts off, so it doesn't disturb reading time. Oh yeah, I already mentioned the PDF, and also while I'm reading, you're all welcome to chat, like your opinions about what we're reading. Just why I'm blanking so much today. I'm so tired. So excuse me if I'm a little bit out of it today. My brain feels like scrambled eggs because I haven't gotten enough rest lately. So if you're hearing me struggling, that's why. But yeah, wait, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, like I said, you're all welcome to chat while I'm reading, but after I finish a chapter, that I won't be able to check the chat until I actually finish the chapter, or well, in case there's a raid or something. But usually I don't notice a raid either while I'm reading. But yeah, just keep that in mind. Have you all ever read Alice in Wonderland? Or the sequel? Because it was my first time ever reading it. And honestly, I thought it was gonna be it was a little bit confusing at times, honestly. I only watched the Disney movie. Oh really? Oh, I love that movie so much. You mean the original animated version, right? Not the Tim Burton one? I think the Tim Burton one has like some differences from the original animated version, if I remember correctly. The cartoon, yeah. Okay. I've loved that version since I was a kid. It's so good. I read it back in middle school, but never the sequel. Oh, really? Do you still remember some of it? Well, the sequel, it's supposed to be, because you know how the first book is about, like, there's a lot of characters that represents, like, the cards, like poker cards, is that what it's called? And this version, the sequel, I think is more like has characters that I think represents like chess. There's more characters like that. If I remember correctly, I think the Tim Burton version had those characters like that. Because usually on a lot of Alice in Wonderland adaptations, the Queen of Hearts and the Red Queen, they're like combined into one, but they're different. They're supposed to be different characters. So I think we're gonna meet the Red Queen and the White Queen on the sequel, if I remember correctly. I never watched the. I think Tim Burton also made like a sequel based on the second book. I never watched that one, so I have no idea. I have no idea how accurate it might be, but I'm curious about it. Do you all like Alice in Wonderland? Like in general? Even though I never watched, read the book, it's always been, I always loved stories that are inspired by it. One of my OCs from a story that I want to write eventually. It's also inspired by Alice in Wonderland, so I did need to actually read the book for that. And that's one of the reasons why I haven't actually worked on anything, because it was most based off my knowledge from other media. But yeah, I've always been a fan of Alice in Wonderland, at least the movie and the different adaptations. But now I can say also I'm a fan of the book as well. Isum's mention of Ozzy. Yes. Okay. I would love to show you all my son, but I don't think. Unfortunately, I don't have the art with me right now. Where's my art? I think it's not on my it's not on this video list. But yes, my main OC who I've had for many years, since like I was like, I think middle school, was inspired by the Mad Hatter. And oh well, he's like a mixture of the Mad Hatter and Howl, and another character from Pandora Hearts, which is an anime and manga I really love, which is also inspired by Alice in Wonderland. And it's been a while since I drew him too. I maybe I'll start posting more about it once I actually start working on that story again. I need to get some characters designed ref sheets of my two OCs I want to write about too. Really? You need to. I want to see them. I want to see your OCs. Actually, well, I do have a little bit of refs of my OCs, but they were drawn on by me, and I never finished them. I've been too lazy to actually finish them. It's only like little sketches. But I need to want to work on them someday, when I'm not struggling with my art. I do like to hear more about the OC. Oh, really? Okay, hold on, wait. Let me see if I can find an art of him. Let me see. Cause I sometimes I posted them on Twitter. Oh, I actually have a plushie of him. Hold on. Now that I think about it, why it didn't occur to me to actually talk about my OC, which is inspired by Alice in Wonderland, on this stream until now. Their designs are actually quite realistic normal, but I will have to get them done ASAP. I do want to see them though. What? I want to know everything about your OCs. I love hearing about OCs. I used to talk a little about my OCs, but it's been a while. Nowadays I only talk about my VTuber stuff. Actually have some art, VTuber lore art prepared for this month, later this month, which I'm really excited about. But yeah, let me look for let me see if I can find my character that I'm talking about. Where is it? I think I need to open my Twitter. I'm pretty sure. Wait. Did I post it on my Twitter or did I post it on Blue Sky? I don't even remember. Hold on. Why is there no search feature? Okay, why does Twitter on website doesn't have a search feature that's on mobile? Okay, let me see. Okay. Where are you, my son? Oh, okay. Yeah, found it. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna cringe so much of my art. Okay. Just keep in mind, my art. Okay. Well, at least I can show you all also the art one of my friends made, which is much better. And also his little plushie. Okay. Low art, yay! Yippee! I'm so excited to show you all my low art. It's so... The artist that I found literally brought my vision to life. Cause it was like a very specific image that I had in mind. And I was struggling trying to find an artist who could like recreate it, and this artist went above and beyond, and it looked beautiful. I can't wait to be able to post it. But yeah, I'll show you right now my OC. That's his name is Alphonse. He's, like I said, he was mainly okay. Well, this is actually kind of a funny story. Originally, this OC was more like inspired by Alice. She was a girl. Her name was Odette. Her name was after Swan Lake, because I was being a fan of Swan Lake. And then this was back in my egg days. Before I knew about my gender stuff. Back in my DeviantArt days. There was this meme going around, like, if you ever were on DeviantArt, you might remember those like memes, quote unquote, but it was like for drawing, like it was this whole file where there were different questions and you would reply by drawing your replies. I don't know if you all ever saw those. But I remember there was a lot of different ones for different stuff, like fandoms or just general like questions. And there was this one specifically about a gender bent version of your persona. My OC Odette, she was basically like my persona. I definitely remember what you're talking about. LOL. I feel like I'm showing my age by talking about this, but I'm not alone. But yeah, I did one of those, and that's how Alphonse was born. He was like the genderer version of my OC Odette. But for some reason, I just latched onto him because I really loved I really loved the way I designed him, and I guess the whole concept of making him after the Mad Hatter and stuff. So over the years, I ended up sticking more to Alphonse than to Odette, and kind of then I ended up realizing that might have been something with my gender too. Because from then on, every time I will make a new character, a Sona, it will be a guy. Even though in my mind I didn't really know why I would keep making guys instead of girls, but yeah. little egg moments that make you go, how did it take me so long to realize? Oh yeah, okay, okay, let me show you all. Okay, this is one of my arts of him. Oh my god, it looks huge! Why is that so huge? Okay. Covering my face. But yeah, that's him, that's Alphonse. He has really long red hair. He's a redhead. He's basically like the opposite of my VTuber, because he has yellow eyes and red hair. Ooh, your art is so good, thank you! This is kinda old actually, although to be honest, I don't think I have improved that much. So that's basically still how my art looks like. I love his design, OMG. I'm glad. Yeah, I was trying to make like little You can't even see my face anymore. I was trying to make like little character sheets of my characters from that story. I basically only did him and my other main character. But yeah, that's one. Let me show you all another one. Oh, this is the full new piece that I was trying to do, and I just kept it as a never finished it. I need to actually finish it someday because I actually really like the pose in this one. This was supposed to be poker cards. Uh, they just look like normal paper. Yeah, I was actually liking this one. Maybe someday I actually will finish it. It looks amazing. It means so much. Thank you. I'm always struggle so much with my art because of my art blocks and stuff, so I get very self-conscious about it. So it really means a lot that you like it. Now this art bus is by one of my friends. We did a art trade like a couple years ago. I really love the way she drew him. He looks so silly. Look at his silly face. She's such a good artist. And then, lastly, we have his plushie. Yes, I do have a plush of him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at my son. I designed this plushie and I got it made by someone I found on Facebook. I also got someone else to make his little clothes. His little tongue sticking out so cute. Yes, the plush. I am honestly, the plush is the thing I'm so proud about. Because I designed the face and everything, and the person just she made it. She even put the little hearts in his hair. That's supposed to be like the highlights, because he's represented by like the hearts in the story, like the ace of cards and stuff. So that's why I really wanted to like have that. But I love my son. I'm so proud of him. hopefully one day you'll get to actually meet him on my story that I might write eventually. Someday. When I actually write. But yes, that's my son. He's Alphonse. He's gay, just like every character of mine. He has a boyfriend in the book. It's supposed to be kind of like a fantasy mystery with a romance aspects. I will show you all the boyfriend, but unfortunately I need to redesign him a little bit because I feel like his design is a little bit too plain. So I've been trying to work on that. I'm just being too lazy to actually draw. Ooh, it sounds super interesting. Oh, I'm glad you think so. I don't really talk about my book much because I haven't been that inspired. Honestly, I need to get back to actually writing something because I haven't written anything for many years. But I want to get back into actually writing because I am friends with a lot of people who are writers and they really are so inspiring to me. So I hope I can be as good as them someday. But yeah, it makes me happy to talk about OCs because it's been a while since I've been able to. And then hopefully on my debut, I can actually talk more about my VTuber lore stuff, characters as well. Because so much that it's hard to keep secret. Okay. Well, I'm opening the first page on the book right now, and it is showing like a chessboard. I don't know anything about chess. I hope I can understand this, whatever is gonna happen on this book. Oh. Well, at least it has like a little list of the characters. that I guess the characters in the game in the book that are gonna represent different pieces in the board. That's really cool. I was just browsing a little bit. Okay. Preface. Oh, okay. Because my version has like little stuff. The thing about Alice in Wonderland is that there's so much stuff that I feel like you need to research as well to understand some aspects of the book that I really wanna. I mentioned this on the last stream. There's annotated version of the book that gives you like all these little extra details that I feel like I really need to get that version. Because sometimes I'm very slow with books. I need to read more to comprehend whatever's happening, and this one especially, sometimes the way it's written can be a little bit confusing for my little bird brain, but but still, I really enjoy the writing. It's very fun. All right, now to actually get to read. I'm sorry it took so long. Okay. Actually, reading time now. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's start. Child of the pure, unclouded brow, and dreaming eyes of wonder. Though time be fleet, and I and thou are half of a life asunder, thy loving smile will surely hail the love gift of a fairy tale. I have not seen thy sunny face, nor heard thy silver laughter. No thought of me shall find a place in thy young life's hereafter. Enough that now thou wilt not fail to listen to my fairy tale. A tale begun in other days, when summer suns were glowing, a simple chime that served to time the rhythm of a rowing, whose echoes live in memory yet, though envious years will say forget. Come hearken then, era boys of dread, with bitter tidings laden, shall summon to a welcome bed a melancholy maiden. We are but older children, dear, who fret to find our bedtime near. Without the frost, the blinding snow, the storm wind's moody madness, within the firelight's ruddy glow, and childhood's nest of gladness, the magic word shall hold thee fast, thou shalt not heed the raving blast. And though the shadow of a sigh may tremble through the story, for happy summer days gone by, and banished summer glory, it shall not touch with breath of bale the pleasance of our fairy tale. Forgot my book. Okay. Chapter 1. Looking Glass House. One thing was certain, that the white kitten had nothing to do with it. It was the black kitten's fault entirely, for the white kitten had been having its face washed by the old cat for the last quarter of an hour, and bearing it pretty well, considering. So you see that it couldn't have had any hand in the mischief. The way Dina washed her children's faces was this. First she held the poor thing down by its ear with one paw, and then with the other paw she rubbed its face all over, the wrong way, beginning at the nose, and just now, as I said, she was hard at work on the white kitten, which was laying quite still and trying to purr, no doubt feeling that it was all meant for its good. But the black kitten had been finished with earlier in the afternoon, and so, while Alice was sitting curled up in a corner of the great armchair, half talking to herself and half asleep, the kitten had been having a grand game of romps with a ball of worsted Alice had been trying to wind up, and had been rolling it up and down till it had all come undone again. And there it was, spread over the hearthrug, all knots and tangles, with the kitten running after its own tail in the middle. "Oh, you wicked little thing," cried Alice, catching up the kitten, and giving it a little kiss to make it understand that it was in disgrace. Really, Dina ought to have taught you better manners. You ought, Dina. You know you ought, she added, looking reproachfully at the old cat, and speaking in as cross a voice as she could manage. And then she scrambled back into the armchair, taking the kitten and the worsted with her, and she began winding up the ball again. But she didn't get on very fast. She was talking all the time, sometimes to the kitten and sometimes to herself. Kitty sat very demurely on her knee, pretending to watch the progress of the winding, and now and then putting out one paw and gently touching the ball, as if it would be glad to help, if it might. Do you know what tomorrow is, Kitty? Alice began. You have guessed if you've been up in the window with me. Only Dina was making you tidy, so you couldn't. I was watching the boys getting in sticks for the bonfire, and it wants plenty of sticks, Kitty. Only it got so cold, and it snowed so, they had not to leave off. Never mind, Kitty, we'll go and see the bonfire tomorrow. Here Alice won 2 or 3 turns of the worsted around the kitten's neck, just to see how it would look. This led to a scramble, in which the ball rolled down upon the floor, and jars of it got on one again. Do you know, I was so angry, Kitty, Alice went on as soon as they were comfortably settled again. When I saw all the mischief you had been doing, I was very nearly opening the window and putting you out into the snow. And you have deserved it, you little mischievous darling. What have you got to say for yourself? Now don't interrupt me, she went on, holding out one finger. I'm going to tell you all your faults. Number 1, you squeaked twice while Dina was washing your face this morning. Now you can't deny it, Kitty. I heard you. What's that you say? Pretending that the kitten was speaking. Her paw went into your eye? Well, that's your fault for keeping your eyes open. If you shut them tied up, it wouldn't have happened. Now, don't make any more excuses, but listen. Number 2, you pulled Snowdrop away by the tail just as I had put down the saucer of milk before her. What, you were thirsty, were you? How do you know that she wasn't thirsty too? Now for number 3, you'd won every bit of the worsted while I wasn't looking. That's 3 faults, Kitty, and you've not been punished. Or any of them yet. You know I'm saving up all your punishments for Wednesday week. Suppose they had saved up all my punishments, she went on, talking more to herself than the kitten. What will they do at the end of a year? I should be sent to prison, I suppose, when the day came. Or let me see, suppose each punishment was to be going without a dinner. Then, when the miserable day came, I should have to go without 50 dinners at once. Well, I shouldn't mind that much. I'd rather go without them than eat them. Do you hear the snow against the window panes, Kitty? How nice and soft it sounds, just as if someone was kissing the window all over its side. I wonder if the snow loves the trees and fields, that it kisses them so gently, and then it covers them up snug, with a white quilt, and perhaps it says, go to sleep, darlings, till the summer comes again. And when they wake up in the summer, Kitty, they dress themselves all in green, and dance about, whatever the wind blows. Oh, that's very pretty, cried Alice, dropping the ball of worsted to clap her hands. And I do so wish it was true. I'm sure the woods look sleepy in the autumn, when the leaves are getting brown. Kitty, can you play chess? Now, don't smile, my dear. I'm asking it seriously, because when we were playing just now, you watched just as if you would understood it, and when I said check, you purred. Well, it was a nice check, Kitty, and really I might have won, if it hadn't been for that nasty knight that came wiggling down about my pieces. Kitty, dear, let's pretend. And here I wish I could tell you half the things Alice used to say, beginning with her favorite phrase, let's pretend. She had quite a long argument with her sister only the day before, all because Alice had begun with, let's pretend we're kings and queens. And her sister, who liked being very exact, had argued that they couldn't, because there were only 2 of them, and Alice had been reduced at last to say, well, you can be one of them then, and I'll be the rest. And why she had really frightened her old nurse by shouting suddenly in her ear, Nurse, do let's pretend that I'm a hungry hyena, and you're a bone. What is taking us away from Alice's speech to the kitten? Let's pretend that you are the Red Queen, Kitty. Do you know, I think if you sat up and folded your arms, you look exactly like her. Now do try, there's a dear. and Alice got the Red Queen off the table and set it up before the kitten and as a model for it to imitate. However, the thing didn't succeed, principally, Alice said, because the kitten wouldn't fold its arms properly. So, to punish it, she held it up to the looking glass, that it might see how sulky it was. And if you're not good directly, she's added, I'll put you through into the looking glass house. How would you like that? Now, if you only attend Kitty, and not talk so much, I'll tell you all my ideas about looking glass house. First, there's a room you can see through the glass. That's just the same as our drawing room, only that things go the other way. I can see all of it when I get up on a chair. I'll put the bit behind the fireplace. Oh, I do so wish I could see that bit. I want so much to know whether there are fire in the winter. You never can tell, unless our fire smokes, and then smoke comes up in that room too. But that might be only pretense, just to make it look as if they had a fire. Well then, the books are something like our books, only the words go the wrong way. I know that, because I held up one of our books to the glass, and then they held up one in the other room. How would you like to live in the looking glass house, Kitty? I wonder if they give you milk in there. Perhaps looking glass milk isn't good to drink. But oh, Kitty, now we come to the passage. You can just see a little peep of the passage in looking glass house if you leave the door of our drawing room wide open. And it is very like our passage as far as you can see. Only you know it may be quite different on beyond. Oh, Kitty, how nice it would be if we could only get through into the looking glass house. I'm sure it's got, such beautiful things in it. Let's pretend there's a way of getting through into it somehow, Kitty. Let's pretend the glass has got all soft like us, so that we can get through. Why, it's turning into sort of mist now, I declare. It'd be easy enough to get through. She was up on the chimney piece when she said this, though she hardly knew how she had got there, and certainly the glass was beginning to melt away, just like a bright silvery mist. In another moment, Elise was through the glass, and had jumped lightly down into the looking glass room. The very first thing she did was to look whether there was a fire in the fireplace, and she was quite pleased to find that there was real one, blazing away as brightly as the one she had left behind. So I shall be as warm here as I was in the old room, thought Alice. Warmer, in fact, because there'll be no one here to scold me away from the fire. Oh, what fun it will be when they see me through the glass in here and can't get at me. Then she began looking about and noticed that what could be seen from the old room was quite common and uninteresting, but that all of the rest was as different as possible. For instance, the pictures on the wall next to fire seemed to be all alive, and the very clock on the chimney piece, you can only see the back of it in the looking glass, had got the face of a little old man and grinned at her. They don't keep this room so tidy as the other, Alice thought to herself, as she noticed several of the chessmen down in the hearth among the cinders. But in another moment, with a little of surprise, she was down on her hands and knees watching them. The chessmen were walking about, 2 and 2. Here are the Red King and the Red Queen, Alice said in a whisper, for fear of frightening them. And there are the White King and the White Queen sitting on the edge of the shovel, and here are the castles walking arm in arm. I don't think they can hear me, she went on, and she put her head closer down. And I'm nearly sure they can't see me. I feel somehow as if I were invisible. Here something began squeaking on the table behind Alice, and made her turn her head just in time to see one of the white pawns roll over and begin kicking. She watched it with great curiosity to see what will happen next. It is the voice of my child, the White Queen cried out as she rushed past the king, so violently that she knocked him over among the cinders. My precious Lily, my imperial kitten! And she began scrambling wildly up the side of the fender. Imperial fiddlestick, said the king, rubbing his nose, which had been hurt by the fall. He had right to be a little annoyed with the queen, for he was covered with ashes from head to foot. Alice was very anxious to be of use, and as the poor little Lily was nearly screaming herself into a fit, she hastily picked up the queen and set her on the table by the side of her noisy little daughter. The queen gasped and sat down. The rapid journey through the air had quite taken away her breath, and for a minute or two she could do nothing but hug the little Lily in silence. As soon as she had recovered her breath a little, she called out to the White King, who was sitting sulkily among the ashes, "Mind the volcano!" "What volcano?" said the king, looking up anxiously into the fire, as if he thought that was the most likely place to find one. "Blew me up," panted the king, the queen, who was still a little out of breath. Mind you come up, the regular way. Don't get blown up." Alice watched the White King as he slowly struggled up from bar to bar, till at last she said, "Why, you'll be hours and hours getting to the table at that rate. I'd far better help you, hadn't I?" But the king took no notice of the question. It was quite clear that he could neither hear her nor see her. So Alice picked him up very gently and lifted him up across more slowly than she had lifted the queen, that she might have not taken his breath away. But before she put him on the table, she thought she might as well dust him a little, so he was so covered with ashes. She said afterwards that she had never seen in all her life such a face as the king made when he found himself held in the air by an invisible hand and being dusted. He was far too astonished to cry out, but his eyes and his mouth went on getting larger and larger and rounder and rounder, till her head shook so much with laughing that she nearly let him drop up on the floor. "Oh, please, don't make such faces, my dear," she cried out, quite forgetting that the king couldn't hear her. "You make me laugh so that I can hardly hold you. And don't keep your mouth so wide open. All the ashes will get into it. There, now I think you're tight enough," she added, as she smoothed his hair and set him upon the table near the queen. The king immediately fell flat on his back and lay perfectly still, and Alice was a little alarmed at what she had done, and went around the room to see if she could find any water to throw over him. However, she could find nothing but a bottle of ink, and when she got back with it, she found he had recovered, and he and the queen were talking together in a frightened whisper, so low that Alice could hardly hear what they said. The king was saying, "I assure you, my dear, it turned cold to the very ends of my whiskers." To which the queen had replied, "You haven't got any whiskers." "The horrors of that moment," the king went on, "I shall never, never forget." "You will, though," the queen said, "if you don't make a memorandum of it." Alice looked on with great interest as the king took an enormous memorandum book out of his pocket and began writing. A sudden thought struck her, and she took hold of the end of the pencil, which came some way over his shoulder, and began writing for him. The poor king looked puzzled and unhappy, and struggled with the pencil for some time without saying anything, but Alice was too strong for him, and at last he panted out, "My dear, I really must get a thinner pencil. I can manage this one a bit. It writes all manners of things that I don't intend." "What manner of things?" said the queen, looking over the book, in which Alice had put, "The white knight is sliding down the poker. He balances very badly." "That's not a memorandum of your feelings." There was a book lying near Alice on the table, and when she sat watching the White King, she was still a little anxious about him, had the ink all ready to throw over him in case he fainted again. She turned over the leaves to find some part that she could read. "For it's all in some language I don't know," she said to herself. It was like this. So basically in the book it looks like when you put text on the mirror, so it's all flipped. Okay, she puzzled over this for some time, but alas a bright thought struck her. "Why, it's a looking glass book, of course, and if I hold it up to a glass, the words will all go the right way again." This was the poem that Alice read. "Jabberwocky, 'twas brillig, and the slithy tops did gyre and gimble in the wave. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mom rats outgrave. Beware the jabberwock, my son, the just a bite, the class a catch. Beware the job bird and shun, the fromuse bandersnatch." He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the maxim foe he sought. So it rested he by the tum-tum tree, and stood a while in thought. And as in uffish thought he stood, the jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffling through the tulgey wood, and burbled as he came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through, the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galloping back. "And hast thou slain the jabberwock?" Come to my arms, my beamish boy. Oh, frabjous day, kalush kalei, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brilling, and the sleepy tops did gyre and grimble in the wave. All mimsy were the borogopes, and the mome rats outgrave. It seems very pretty, she said when she had finished it, but it's rather hard to understand. You see, she didn't like to confess, even to herself, that she couldn't make it out at all. Somehow it seems to fill my head with ideas, only I don't exactly know what they are. However, somebody killed something, that's clear, at any rate. But oh, thought Alice, suddenly jumping up, if I don't make haste, I shall have to go back to the looking glass, before I've seen what the rest of the house is like. Let's have a look at the garden first. She was out of the room in a moment and ran downstairs. Or at least, it wasn't exactly running, but a new invention of hers for getting downstairs quickly and easily. As Alice said to herself, she just kept the tips of her fingers on the handrail and floated gently down without even touching the stairs with her feet. Then she floated on through the hall and would have gone straight out at the door in the same way if she hadn't caught hold of the doorpost. She was getting a little giddy with so much floating in the air and was rather glad to find herself walking again in the natural way. Oh, the picture of the Jabberwock. Okay, that's the first chapter. That I knew about the Jabberwock because I'm pretty sure he appears in one of the Tim Burton movies. But yeah, the poem was very hard to read. You all could tell I was struggling. Honestly, I don't even know if I even pronounced it right. So many new words. But it seems even Alice was confused about the poem. So I guess it is meant to be confusing. I like the illustration of the Jabberwock though. He looks very, well, it looks very creepy. That's the idea. The Jabberwock is a nonsense poem that isn't meant to make sense. Oh. Well, it really does its job then. It just sounds like a bunch of gibberish. I was like, what's happening? Does Jabberwock mean anything then? Or it's just also like a made-up word? But it's very interesting. I really like it makes me really curious about the way this author thinks. How does he come up with the stuff? Okay, let me just rest my throat a little bit. I'm gonna get some coffee right now. Jabberwock is a made-up word, just like the word Borpal. Oh, wait, Borpal is a made-up word. I feel like I've also seen that word before, but I wasn't. Or maybe it's because it kind of sounds like another word. Maybe that's why I'm confusing it. What is Borpal from then? The English language is very interesting indeed. I just realized I didn't moved my okay. I need to move my chat window a little bit so I can actually see the chat, because then it gets a little bit obstructed. I can't really see. Okay. Much better now. Alright. Now, chapter 2. The Garden of Light Flowers. I should see the garden far better, said Alice to herself, if I could get to the top of that hill. And here's a path that leads straight to it. At least, no, it doesn't do that after going a few yards along the path and turning several sharp corners. But I suppose it will last. But how curiously twist. It's more like a corkscrew than a path. Well, this turn goes to the hill, I suppose. No, it doesn't. This goes straight back to the house. Well then, I'll try it another way. And so she did, wandering up and down, and trying turn after turn, but always coming back to the house. Do what she would. Indeed, once, when she turned a corner rather more quickly than usual, she ran against it before she could stop herself. It's no use talking about it, Alice said, looking up at the house and pretending he was arguing with her. I'm not going in again yet. I know I should have to get through the looking glass again. Back into the old room, and there be an end of all my adventures. So resolutely turning her back upon the house, she set out once more down the path, determined to keep straight on until she got to the hill. For a few minutes all went on well, and she was just saying, I really shall do it this time, when the path gave a sudden twist and shook itself. She described it afterwards, and the next moment she found herself actually walking in at the door. Oh, it's too bad, she cried. I never saw such a house for getting in the way. Never. However, there was the hill full inside, so there was nothing to be done but start again. This time she came upon a large flower bed, with a border of daisies, and a willow tree growing in the middle. Oh, tiger lily, said Alice, addressing herself to one that was waving gracefully about in the wind. I wish you could talk. We can talk, said the tiger lily, when there's anybody worth talking to. Alice was astonished that she could not speak for a minute. It quite seemed to take her breath away. At length was the tiger lily only went on waving about. She spoke again, in a timid voice, almost in a whisper. And can all the flowers talk? As well as you can, said the tiger lily, and a great deal louder. It isn't manners for us to begin, you know, said the rose, and I really was wondering when you'd speak. Said I to myself, her face had got some sense in it, though it's not a clever one. Still, you're the right color, and that goes a long way. I don't care about the color, the tiger lily remarked. If only her petals curl up a little more, she'll be alright. Alice didn't like being criticized, so she began asking questions. Aren't you sometimes frightened at being planted out here, with nobody to take care of you? There's a tree in the middle, said the rose. What else is it good for? Well, what could it do if any danger came? Alice asked. He says bow, cried a daisy. That's why its branches are called bows. Didn't you know that? Cried another daisy, and here they all began shouting together, till the air seemed quite full of little shrill voices. Silence, every one of you, cried the tiger lily, waving itself passionately from side to side, and trembling with excitement. They know I can't get at them, he panted, bending his quivering head towards Alice, or they wouldn't dare to do it. Never mind, Alice said in a soothing tone, and stooping down to the daisies, who were just beginning again, she whispered, If you don't hold your tongues, I'll pick you. There was a silence in a moment, and several of the pink daisies turned white. That's right, said the tiger lily. The daisies are worst of all. When one speaks, they all begin together, and it's enough to make one weather to hear the way they go on. How is it you can all talk so nicely? Alice said, hoping to get into a better temper by a compliment. I've been in many gardens before, but none of the flowers could talk. Put your hand down and feel the ground, said the tiger lily. Then you'll know why. Alice did so. It's very hard, she said, but I don't see what that has to do with it. In most gardens, the tiger lily said, they make the beds too soft, so that the flowers are always asleep. This sounded a very good reason, and Alice was quite pleased to know it. I never thought of that before, she said. It's my opinion that you can never think at all, the rose said in a rather severe tone. I never saw anybody that looked stupider, Violet said, so suddenly that Alice quite jumped, for it hadn't spoken before. Hold your tongue, cried the tiger lily, as if you ever saw anybody. You keep your head under the leaves and snore away there, till you know no more that's what's going on in the world than if you were a bud. Are there any more people in the garden beside me? Alice said, not choosing to notice the rose's last remark. There's one other flower in the garden that can move about like you, said the rose. I wonder how you do it. You're always wondering, said the tiger lily, but she's more bushy than you are. Is she like me? Alice asked eagerly, for the thought crossed her mind. There's another little girl in the garden somewhere? Somewhere. Well, she has the same awkward shape as you, the rose said, but she's redder, and her petals are shorter, I think. Her petals are done up close, almost like a dahlia, the tiger lily interrupted. Not tumble about anyhow, like yours. But that's not your fault, the rose added kindly. You are beginning to fade, you know? And then one can't help one's petals getting a little untidy. Alice didn't like this idea at all. So, to change the subject, she asked, does she ever come out here? I dare say you'll see her soon, said the rose. She's one of the thorny kind. Where does she wear the thorns? Alice asked, with some curiosity. Why, all around her head, of course, the rose replied. I was wondering, you hadn't got some too. I thought it was a regular rule. She's coming, cried the larkspur. I heard the footstep, thump, thump, thump along the gravel walk. Alice looked around eagerly and found that it was Red Queen. She's grown a good deal, was her first remark. She had indeed. When Alice first found her in the ashes, she had been only 3 inches high. And here she was, half a head taller than Alice herself. It's the fresh air that does it, said the rose. Wonderfully fine air it is out here. I think I'll go and meet her, said Alice, for, though the flowers were interesting enough, she felt that it would be far grander to have a talk with your real queen. You can't possibly do that, said the rose. I should advise you to walk the other way. This sounded nonsense to Alice, so she said nothing, but set off at once towards the Red Queen. To her surprise, she lost sight of her in a moment, and found herself walking in at the front door again. A little provoked, she drew back, and after looking everywhere for the queen, whom she spied out at last, a long way off, she thought she would try the plan, this time, of walking in the opposite direction. It succeeded beautifully. She had not been walking a minute before she found herself face to face with the Red Queen, and full inside of the hill she had been so long aiming at. Where do you come from? Said the Red Queen. And where are you going? Look up, speak nicely, and don't twiddle your fingers all the time. Alice attended to all those directions and explained, as well as she could, that she had lost her way. I don't know what you mean by your way, said the Queen. All the ways about here belong to me. But why did you come out here at all? She added in a kinder tone. Courtesy while you're thinking what to say. It saves time. Alice wondered a little at this, but she was too much in awe of the Queen to disbelieve it. I'll try it when I go home, she thought to herself. The next time I'm a little late for dinner. It's time for you to answer now, the Queen said, looking at her watch. Open your mouth a little wider when you speak, and I will say Your Majesty. I only wanted to see what the garden was like, Your Majesty. That's right, said the Queen, patting her on the head, which Alice didn't like at all. Though, when you say garden, I've seen gardens, compared with which this will be a wilderness. Alice didn't dare to argue that point, but went on. And I thought I'd try and find my way to the top of the hill. When you say hill, the Queen interrupted, I could show you hills, in comparison, with which you call that a valley. No, I shouldn't, said Alice, surprised into contradicting her at last. A hill can be a valley, you know? That would be nonsense. The Red Queen shook her head. You may call it nonsense if you like, she said, but I've heard nonsense compared with that which that will be as sensible as a dictionary. Alice curtsied again, as she was afraid from the Queen's tone that she was a little offended, and they walked on in silence till they got to the top of the little hill. For some minutes, Alice stood without speaking, looking out in all directions over the country, and a most curious country was. There was a number of tiny little brooks running straight across it from side to side, and the ground between was divided up into squares by a number of little green hedges that reached from brook to brook. I declare it's marked out just like a large chessboard, said Alice at last. There ought to be some men moving about somewhere, and so there are, she added in a tone of delight, and her heart began to beat quick with excitement as she went on. It's a great huge game of chess that's being played all over the world, if this is the world at all, you know. Oh, what fun it is! How I wish I was one of them. I wouldn't mind being a pawn if only I might join, though of course I could like to be a queen best. I should like to be a queen best. She glanced rather shyly at the real queen as she said this, but her companion only smiled pleasantly and said, That's easily managed. You can be the white queen's pawn, if you like, as Lily's too young to play, and you're in the second square to begin with. When you get to the eighth square, you'll be a queen. Just at this moment, somehow or other, they began to run. Alice never could quite make out, in thinking it over afterwards, how it was that they began. All she remembered is, that they were running hand in hand, and the queen went so fast that it was all she could do to keep up with her. And still the queen kept crying, "Faster, faster!" But Alice felt she could not go faster, though she had not breath left to say so. The most curious part of the thing was, the trees and the other things around them never changed their places at all. However fast they went, they never seemed to pass anything. I wonder if all the things move along with us, thought poor puzzled Alice, and the queen seemed to guess her thoughts, for she cried, "Faster, don't try to talk." Not that Alice had any idea of doing that. She felt as if she would never be able to talk again. She was getting so much out of breath, and still the queen cried, "Faster, faster!" and dragged her along. "Are we there yet?" Alice managed to panel at last. "Nearly there," the queen repeated. "Why, we passed it 10 minutes ago. Faster!" And they ran on for a time in silence, with the wind whistling in Alice's ears, and almost blowing her hair off her head, she fancied. "Now, now," cried the queen. "Faster, faster!" And they went so fast that at last they seemed to skim through the air, hardly touching the ground with their feet, till suddenly, just as Alice was getting quite exhausted, they stopped, and she found herself sitting on the ground, breathless and giddy. The queen propped her up against a tree and said kindly, "You may rest a little now." Alice looked around her in great surprise. "Why, I do believe we've been under this tree the whole time. Everything's just as it was." "Of course it is," said the queen. "What would you have said? Well, why would you have it?" "Well, in our country," said Alice, still panting a little, "you generally get to somewhere else, if you run very fast for a long time, as we've been doing." "A slow sort of country," said the queen. "Now, here, you see, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that." "I'd rather not try, please," said Alice. "I'm quite content to stay here. Only I am so hot and thirsty." "I know what you like," the queen said good-naturedly, taking a little box out of her pocket. "Have a biscuit?" Alice thought it would not be civil to say no, though it wasn't at all what she wanted, so she took it and ate it as well as she could, and it was very dry, and she thought she had never seen so nearly chalk in all her life. "While you're refreshing yourself," said the queen, "I'll just take the measurements." And she took a ribbon out of her pocket, marked in inches, and began measuring the ground and sticking little pegs in here and there. "At the end of 2 yards," she said, putting in a peg to mark the distance, "I shall give you your directions. Have another biscuit?" "No, thank you," said Alice. "One's quite enough." "First quench, I hope?" said the queen. Alice didn't know what to say to this, but luckily the queen did not wait for an answer, but went on. "At the end of 3 yards, I shall repeat them, for fear of your forgetting them. At the end of 4, I shall say goodbye, and at the end of 5, I shall go." She had got all the pegs put in by this time, and Alice looked on with great interest as she returned to the tree, and then began slowly walking down the road. At the 2-yard peg, she faced around and said, "The pawn goes to squares in its first move, you know, so you'll go very quickly through the 3rd square. By railway, I should think, and you'll find yourself in the 4th square in no time. Well, that square belongs to Tweedledum and Tweedledee. The fifth is mostly water. The 6th belongs to Humpty Dumpty. But you make no remark?" I didn't know I had to make one." Just then, Alice filtered out, "You should have said, 'It's extremely kind of you to tell me all this.' However, we'll suppose you said, 'The 7th square is all forest.' However, one of the knights will show you the way, and in the 8th square we shall be queens together, and it's all feasting and fun." Alice got up and curtsied, and sat down again. At the next peg, the queen turned again, and this time she said, "Speak in French when you can think of the English for a thing. Turn out your toes as you walk, and remember who you are." She did not wait for Alice to curtsy this time, but walked on quickly to the next peg, where she turned for a moment to say goodbye, and then hurried on to the last. How it happened, Alice never knew, but exactly as she came to the last peg, she was gone. Where she vanished into the air, over there she ran quickly into the wood. And she can run very fast, thought Alice. There was no way of guessing, but she was gone, and Alice began to remember that she was a pawn, and that it will soon be time for her to move. Whoa. It's so confusing. to say hi and do my check-in. Enjoy reading. Oh, Perla, thank you so much for checking in. And thank you for checking in, Ambrose. This made me realize I completely forgot Tweedledee and Tweedledum didn't appear in the first book. So yeah, basically it does seem like even the animated Disney version has like a mixture of both books, because also the scene of her meeting the flowers, I'm pretty sure that was also in the movie. And of course the twins, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, those were also in the movie. I don't remember Humpty Dumpty was also there, but I can't believe I completely forgot about them. Now I'm like, oh, so they are characters in the second book, not in the first one. I wonder what other characters are missed. But I think, if I remember correctly, I think the Cheshire Cat does appear again on this one. I hope he does. I'm just looking through the images now. But yeah, it just seems like this one is mostly centered around chess. When I was little, I did learn a little bit of chess from a friend, but I completely forgot after a while, so I don't remember anything about it. And I kind of wish I knew, because I feel like that will make a more easier to understand the references. Do you all know how to play chess? Because if so, I will appreciate I will appreciate your insight whenever there's references or something. Okay. Now just a little break again. My coffee's all cold as usual. Okay. Also, I probably need to check my posture again, because I'm so used to reading while being a hunchback, so I didn't even realize. I was already making my posture bad. Okay. Now, next chapter, chapter 3, Looking Glass Insects. Of course, the first thing to do was to make a grand survey of the country she was going to travel through. Something very like learning geography, thought Alice, as she stood on tiptoe in hopes of being able to see a little further. Principal rivers, there are none. Principal mountains, I'm on the only one, but I don't think it's got any name. Principal towns, why, what are those creatures making honey down there? They can be bees. Nobody ever saw bees of a mile off, you know? And for some time she stood silent, watching one of them that was bustling about among the flowers, hooking its proboscis into them. Just as if it was a regular bee, thought Alice. However, this was anything but a regular bee. In fact, it was an elephant, as Alice soon found out, though the idea quite took her breath away at first. And what enormous flowers they must be, was her next idea. Something like cottages with the roofs taken off and stalks put to them. And what quantities of honey they must make. I think I'll go down and... No, I won't just yet, she went on, checking herself just as she was beginning to run down the hill, and trying to find some excuse of turning shy so suddenly. It will never do to go down among them without a good long branch to brush them away. And what fun it'll be when they ask me how I like my flock. I shall say, oh, I like it well enough. And here came the very little toss of the head. Only it was so dusty and hot, and the elephants did tease so. I think I'll go down the other way, she said after a pause, and perhaps I may visit the elephants later on. Besides, I do want to get into the third square. So with this excuse, she ran down the hill and jumped over the first of the 6 little brooks. "Tickets, please," said the guard, putting his head in at the window. In a moment, everybody was holding out a ticket. They were about the same size as the people, and quite seemed to feel the courage. "Now then, show your ticket, child," the guard went on, looking angrily at Alice. And a great many voices all said together, like the chorus of a song, thought Alice. "Don't keep him waiting, child. Why, his time is worth £12 a minute." "I'm afraid I haven't got one," Alice said in a frightened tone. "There wasn't a ticket office where I came from." And again the chorus of voices went on. "There wasn't room for one where she came from. The land there is worth £1,000 an inch." "Don't make excuses," said the guard. "You should have bought one from the engine driver." And once more the chorus of voices went on with, "The man that drives the engine. Why, the smoke alone is worth £1,000 a puff." Alice thought to herself, "Then there's no use in speaking." The voices didn't join in this time, as she hadn't spoken. But, to her great surprise, they all thought in chorus. I hope you understand what thinking in chorus means, for I must confess that I don't. Better say nothing at all. Language is worth £1,000 a word. "I shall dream about £1,000 tonight, I know I shall," thought Alice. All this time the guard was looking at her, first through a telescope, then through a microscope, and then through an opera glass. At last he said, "You're traveling the wrong way," and shut up the window and went away. "So young a child," said the gentleman sitting opposite to her. He was dressed in white paper. "Ought to know which way she's going, even if she doesn't know her own name." A goat that was sitting next to the gentleman in white shut his eyes and said in a loud voice, "She ought to know her way to the ticket office, even if she doesn't know her alphabet." There was a beetle sitting next to the goat. It was a very queer carriage full of passengers altogether, and as the rule seemed to be that they should all speak in turn, he went on with, "She'll have to go back from here as luggage." Alice couldn't see who was sitting beyond the beetle, but a hoarse voice spoke next. "Change engines," it said, and was obliged to leave off. "Sounds like a horse," Alice thought to herself. An extremely small voice, close to her ear, said, "You might make a joke on that. Something about horse and horse, you know." Then a very gentle voice in the distance said, "She must be labeled last, with care, you know." And after that, other voices went on. "What a number of people here are in the carriage," thought Alice, saying, "She must go by post, and she's got a head on her. She must be sent as a message by the telegraph. She must drive the train herself the rest of the way," and so on. But the gentleman dressed in white paper leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "Never mind what they all say, my dear, but take a return ticket every time the train stops." "Indeed I shan't," Alice said, rather impatiently. "I don't belong to this railway journey at all. I was in a wood just now, and I wish I could get back there." "You might make a joke on that," said the little voice close to her ear. "Something about you would if you could, you know." "Don't tease so," said Alice, looking about in vain to see where the voice come from. "If you're so anxious to have a joke made, why don't you make one yourself?" The little boy sighed deeply. He was very unhappy, evidently, and Alice would have said something pitying to comfort it, if he would only sigh like other people, she thought. But it was such a wonderfully small sigh that she wouldn't have heard at all, if he hadn't come quite close to her ear. The consequences of this was that it tickled her ear very much, and quite took off her thoughts from the unhappiness of the poor little creature. "I know you're a friend," the little voice went on, "a dear friend, and an old friend, and you won't hurt me, though I am an insect." "What kind of insect?" Alice inquired a little anxiously. What she really wanted to know was whether it could sting her or not, but she thought this wouldn't be quite a civil question to ask. "What, then you don't," the little voice began, when it was drowned by a shrill scream from the engine, and everybody jumped in alarm, Alice among the rest. The horse, who had put his head out of the window, quietly drew it in and said, "It's only a brook we have to jump over." Everybody seemed satisfied with this, though Alice felt a little nervous at the idea of trains jumping at all. "However, it will take us into the fourth square. That's some comfort," she said to herself. In another moment she felt the carriage rise straight up into the air, and in her fright She caught at the thing nearest to her hand, which happened to be the goat's bird. But the bird seemed to melt away as she touched it, and she found herself sitting quietly under a tree, while the gnat, for that was the insect she had been talking to, was balancing itself on a twig just over her head, and fanning her with its wings. It certainly was a very large gnat, about the size of a chicken, Alice thought. Still, she couldn't feel nervous with it, after they had been talking together so long. Then, you don't like all insects? The gnat went on, as quietly as if nothing had happened. I like them when they can talk, Alice said. None of them ever talk, where I come from. What sort of insects do you rejoice in, where you come from? The gnat inquired. I don't rejoice in insects at all, Alice explained, because I'm rather afraid of them. At least the large kinds, but I can tell you the names of some of them. Of course they answer to their names, the gnat remarked carelessly. I never knew them to do it. What's the use of their having names, the gnat said, if they won't answer to them? No use to them, said Alice, but it's useful to the people who name them, I suppose. If not, why do things have names at all? I can't say, the gnat replied. Further on, in the wood down there, they got no names. However, go on with your list of insects. You're wasting time. Well, there's a horsefly, Alice began, counting off the names on her fingers. All right, said the gnat. Halfway up the bush, you'll see a rocking horsefly, if you look. It's made entirely of wood, and gets about by swinging itself from branch to branch. What does it live on? Alice asked with great curiosity. Sap and sawdust, said the gnat. Go on with the list. Alice looked up at the rocking horsefly with great interest, and made up her mind that it must have been just repainted. It looks so round and sticky. And then she went on. And there's a dragonfly. Look on the branch above your head, said the gnat. And there just find a snapdragonfly. Its body is made of plum puddings, its wings of holly leaves, and its head is a raisin burning in brandy. And what does it live on? Fruit tea and mince pie, the gnat replied, and it makes its nest in a Christmas box. And then there's the butterfly, Alice went on, after she had taken a good look at the insect with its head on fire, and had thought to herself, I wonder if that's the reason insects are so fond of flying into candles, because they want to turn into snapdragonflies. Crawling at your feet, said the gnat. Alice drew her feet back in some alarm. You may observe a bread and butterfly. Its wings are thin slices of bread and butter, its body is a crust, and its head is a lump of sugar. And what does it live on? Weak tea with cream in it. A new difficulty came into Alice's head. Supposing it couldn't find any, she suggested. Then it will die, of course. But that must happen very often, Alice remarked thoughtfully. It always happens, said the gnat. After this, Alice was silent for a minute or two, pondering. The gnat amused itself, meanwhile by humming round and round her head. At last it settled again and remarked, I suppose you don't want to lose your name. No, indeed, Alice said, a little anxiously. And yet, I don't know, the gnat went on in a careless tone. Only think how convenient it would be if you could manage to go home without it. For instance, if the governess wanted to call you to your lessons, she will call out, come here, and there she will have to leave off, because there wouldn't be any name for her to call. And of course you wouldn't have to go, you know? That will never do, I'm sure, said Alice. The governess will never think of excusing me lessons for that. If she couldn't remember my name, she'll call me Miss, as the servants do. Well, if she said Miss, and didn't say anything more, the gnat remarked, of course you miss your lessons. That's a joke. I wish you had made it. Why do you wish I had made it? Alice asked. It's a very bad one. But the gnat only sighed deeply, while two large tears came rolling down its cheeks. You shouldn't make jokes, Alice said, if it makes you so happy. Then came another of those melancholy little sighs, and this time the poor gnat really seemed to have sighed itself away. For, when Alice looked up, there was nothing whatever to be seen on the twig, and, as she was getting quite chilly with sitting still so long, she got up and walked on. She very soon came to an open field, with a wood on the other side of it. It looked much darker than the last wood, and Alice felt a little timid about going into it. However, on second thoughts, she made up her mind to go on. For I certainly won't go back, she thought to herself, and it was the only way to the 8th square. This must be wood, she said thoughtfully to herself, where things have no names. I wonder what will become of my name when I go in. I shouldn't like to lose it at all, because they have to give me another, and it will be almost certain to be an ugly one. But then the fun will be trying to find the creature that had got my old name. That's just like the advertisements, you know, when people lose dogs. Answers to the name of Dash had on a brass collar. Just fancy calling everything you met Alice, till one of them answered. Only they wouldn't answer at all if they were wise. She was rambling on this way when she reached the wood. It looked very cool and shady. Well, at any rate, it's a great comfort, she said as she stepped under the trees. After being so hot, to get into what? She went on, rather surprised at not being able to think of the word. I mean, to get under this, you know? Putting her hand on the trunk of the tree. What does it call itself, I wonder? I do believe it got no name. Why, to be sure it hasn't. She stood silent for a minute, thinking. Then she suddenly began again. Then it really has happened after all. And now who am I? I will remember if I can. I'm determined to do it. But being determined didn't help much, and all she could say after a great deal of puzzling was, L. I know it begins with L. Just then, a fawn came wandering by. It looked at Alice with its large gentle eyes, but didn't seem at all frightened. Here then, Alice said, as she held out her hand and tried to stroke it, but it only startled back a little, and then stood looking at her again. What do you call yourself? The fawn said at last. Such a soft, sweet voice it had. I wish I knew, thought poor Alice. She answered, rather sadly, nothing just now. Think again, it said. That won't do. Alice thought, but nothing came of it. Please. Would you tell me what you call yourself? She said timidly. I think that might help a little. I'll tell you, if you'll move a little further on, the fawn said. I can't remember here. So they walked on together through the wood, Alice with her arms clasped lovingly. I lost where I left off, hold on. So they walked on together through the wood, Alice with her arms clasped lovingly round the soft neck of the fawn, till they come out into another open field, and here the fawn gave a sudden bound into the air, and shook itself free from Alice's arms. I'm a fawn, he cried out in a voice of delight, and dear me, you're a human child. A sudden look of alarm came into its beautiful brown eyes, and in another moment it had darted away at full speed. Alice stood looking after it, almost ready to cry with vexation at having lost her dear little fellow traveler so suddenly. However, I know my name now, she said. That's some comfort. Alice, Alice, I won't forget it again. And now, which of the finger spots ought I to follow, I wonder? It was not a very difficult question to answer, as there was only one road through the wood, and the two finger spots both pointed along it. I'll settle it, Alice said to herself, when the road divides and they point different ways. But this did not seem likely to happen. She went on and on a long way, but whatever the road divided there were sure to be two finger spots, pointing the same way. One marked to Tweedledum's house, and the other to the house of Tweedledee. I do believe, said Alice at last, that they live in the same house. I wonder, I never thought of that before. But I can't stay there long. I'll just call and say, how do you do, and ask them the way out of the wood. If I could only get to the 8th square before it gets dark. So she wandered on, talking to herself as she went, till, on turning a sharp corner, she came upon two fat little men, so suddenly that she could not help staring back. But in another moment she recovered herself, feeling sure that they must be. Okay. End of the chapter. I feel like my voice is giving out already. No! But poor Alice, she almost forgot her name. I didn't know that happened. This gave me a little bit of ideas for my own story though. And then we're finally gonna meet the twins, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. They look kinda creepy in the illustration though. Now I kind of regret not getting some tea ready. I didn't want to get tea because I already have my coffee, but it definitely would have helped for my throat. I feel like my throat is giving up already. It's too soon for that. We're not even halfway. Okay. Can I drink some water? But yeah, I feel like the sequel it's a lot harder to um follow along the first book. Or maybe it's because usually adaptations take more of the first book, but I do get lost a little bit on some parts that I'm like, what's happening? But I am enjoying it so far. I really love Lewis Carroll's writing. Also, something else that doesn't help. I've been accidentally biting the inside of my lip for the past few days, so it's a little bit swollen. And it hurts, so that definitely is not helping for me trying to talk and pronunciate stuff correctly. My butt lock. It hurts so much. Have y'all ever bitten yourself like the inside of your mouth? Because it hurts so much. It just kept happening over and over. Need to rest my voice a little bit. Okay, how many chapters is this? Let me see. Jabberwocky. Where? Oh, okay. So there's Roman numbers again. My enemy. Okay. So there's, I think, 12 chapters. Okay, there's 12 chapters. We're currently on chapter 4. I need to be better at remembering Roman numbers. Okay. My disco, I feel like my dyscalculia makes it even harder for some reason. The only way I can remember is like, oh, B is a 5 and X is a 10. So I just try to calculate depending of the other letter beside it. But I just wish I could just like look at it and know instantly instead of having to calculate every time in my mind because I just get stuck. Okay. Now to meet the creepy twins in the story. Chapter 4. Tweedledum and Tweedledee. They were standing under a tree, each with an arm round the other's neck. Alice knew which was which in a moment, because one of them had Dum embroidered on his collar, and the other Dee. I suppose they've each got Tweedle round at the back of the collar, she said to herself. They stood so still that she quite forgot they were alive, and she was just looking around to see if the word Tweedle was written at the back of each collar, when she was startled by a voice coming from the one marked Dum. If you think we're waxworks, he said, you ought to pay, you know. Waxworks weren't made to be looked at for nothing, no how. Contrariwise, added the one marked D, if you think we're alive, you ought to speak. I'm sure I'm very sorry, was all Alice could say, for the words of the old song kept ringing through her head like the ticking of a clock, and she could hardly help saying them out loud. Tweedledum and Tweedledee agreed to have a battle, for Tweedledum and Tweedledee had spoiled his nice new rattle. Just then flew down a monstrous crow, as black as a tar barrel, which frightened both the heroes so they quite forgot their quarrel. I know what you're thinking about, said Tweedledum, but it isn't so, no how. Contrariwise, continued Tweedledee, if it was so, it might be, and if it were so, it will be. But as is, it isn't, it ain't, that's logic. I was thinking, Alice said very politely, which is the best way out of this wood? It's getting so dark. Would you tell me, please? But the little men only looked at each other and grinned. They looked so exactly like a couple of great schoolboys that Alice could help pointing her finger at Tweedledum and saying, First boy. No how, Tweedledum cried out briskly and shut his mouth up again with a snap. Next boy, said Alice, passing on to Tweedledee, though she felt quite certain he would only shout out contrariwise, and so he did. You've been wrong, cried Tweedledum. The first thing in a visit is to say, how do you do, and shake hands. And here the two brothers gave each other a hug, and then they held out the two hands that were free to shake hands with her. Alice did not like shaking hands with either of them first, for fear of hurting the other one's feelings. So, as the best way out of the difficulty, she took hold of both hands at once. The next moment, they were dancing round in a ring. This seemed quite natural, she remembered afterwards, and she was not even surprised to hear music playing. It seemed to come from the tree under which they were dancing, and it was done, as well as she could make it out, by the branches rubbing one across the other, like fiddles and fiddlesticks. But it certainly was funny, Alice said afterwards, when she was telling her sister the story of all this, the history of all this, to find myself singing, Here we go around the mulberry bush. I don't know when I began it, but somehow I felt as if I'd been singing it a long, long time. The other two dancers were fat, and very soon out of breath. 4 times round is enough for one dance, Tweedledum panted out, and they left off dancing as suddenly as they had begun. The music stopped at the same moment. Then they let go of Alice's hands and stood looking at her for a minute. There was a rather awkward pause, as Alice didn't know how to begin a conversation with people she had just been dancing with. It will never do to say, How do you do now? She said to herself. We seem to have got beyond that somehow. I hope you're not much tired, she said at last. No how, and thank you very much for asking, said Tweedledum. So much obliged, added Tweedledee. Do you like poetry? Yes, pretty well, some poetry, Alice said doubtfully. Would you tell me which road leads out of the wood? Why shall I repeat to her? Said Tweedledee, looking right at Tweedledum with great solemn eyes, and not noticing Alice's question. The walrus and the carpenter is the longest, Tweedledum replied, giving his brother an affectionate hug. Tweedledee began instantly. The sun was shining. Here Alice ventured to interrupt him. If it is very long, she said, as polite as she could, would you please tell me first which road? Tweedledee smiled gently and began again. The sun was shining on the sea, shining with all his might. He did his very best to make the billows smooth and bright, and this was odd because it was the middle of the night. The moon was shining sulkily because she thought that the sun had got no business to be here after the day was done. It's very rude of him, she said, to come and spoil the fun. The sea was wet as wet could be. The sands very dry as dry. You could not see a cloud because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead. There were no birds to fly. The walrus and the carpenter were talking close at hand. They wept like anything to see. Such quantities of sand. If this were only cleared away, they said, it would be grand. If 7 maids with 7 mops swept it for half a year, did you suppose, the walrus said, that they could get it clear? I doubt it, said the carpenter, and shed a bitter tear. Oh, oysters, come and walk with us, the walrus did beseech. A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk, along the briny beach. We cannot do with more than 4, to give a hand to each. The eldest oyster looked at him, but never a word he said. The eldest oyster winked his eye, and shook his heavy head, meaning to say he did not choose to leave the oyster's bed. But 4 young oysters hurried up, all eager for the treat. Their coats were brushed, their faces washed. Their shoes were clean and neat, and this was odd because, they hadn't any feet. 4 other oysters followed them, and yet another 4. And thick and fast they came at last, and more and more and more, all hopping through the frothy waves and scrambling to the shore. The warriors and the carpenter walked on a mile or so, and then they rested on a rock, conveniently low. And all the little oysters stood and waited in a row. The time has come, the warrior said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings. But wait a bit, the oysters cried, before we have our chat, for some of us are out of breath, and all of us are fat. No hurry, said the carpenter. They thank you much for that. A loaf of bread, the warrior said, is what we chiefly need. Pepper and vinegar besides, and are very good indeed. Now if you're ready, oysters dear, we can begin to feed. But not on us, the oysters cried, turning a little blue. After such kindness, that will be a dismal thing to do. The night is fine, the warrior said. Do you admire the view? It was a kind of you to come. And you are very nice. The carpenter said nothing, but cut us another slice. I wish you were not quite so deaf. I've had to ask you twice. It seems a shame, the warrior said, to play them such a trick, after we brought them out so far, and made them not trot so quick. The carpenter said nothing, but the butter spread too thick. I weep for you, the warrior said. I deeply sympathize. With sobs and tears he sorted out, those of the largest size, holding his pocket handkerchief before his streaming eyes. Oh, oysters, said the carpenter, you had a pleasant run. Shall we be trotting home then again? But an answer came there none, and that was scarcely odd, because they eaten everyone. No, the oysters. I like the walrus best, said Alice, because you see he was a little sorry for the poor oysters. He ate more than the carpenter, though, said Tweedledee. You see, he held his handkerchief in front, so that the carpenter couldn't count how many he took. Contrariwise. That was mean, Alice said indignantly. Then I like the carpenter best. He didn't eat so many as the walrus. But he ate as many as he could get, said Tweedledum. That was a puzzler. After a pause, Alice began. Well, they were both very pleasant characters. Here she checked herself in some alarm, at hearing something that sounded so her like the puffing of a large steam engine in the wood near them, though she feared it was more likely to be a wild beast. Are there any lions or tigers about here? She asked timidly. It's only the Red King snoring, said Tweedledee. Come and look at him, the brothers cried, and they each took one of Alice's hand and led her up to where the king was sleeping. Isn't he a lovely sight? Said Tweedledum. Alice couldn't say honestly that he was. He had a tall red nightcap on, with a tassel, and he was lying crumpled up into a sort of untidy heap, snoring loud, fit to snore his head off, as Tweedledum remarked. I'm afraid he'll catch cold and lying on the damp grass, said Alice, who was a very thoughtful little girl. He's dreaming now, said Tweedledee. And what do you think he's dreaming about? Alice said. Nobody can guess that. Why, about you, Tweedledee exclaimed, clapping his hands triumphantly. And if he left off dreaming about you, where do you suppose you'd be? Where I am now, of course, said Alice. Not you, Tweedledee retorted contemptuously. You'll be nowhere. Why, you're only sort of thing in his dream. If that there king was to wake, added Tweedledum, you'd go out, bang, just like a candle. I shouldn't, Alice exclaimed indignantly. Besides, if I'm only a sort of thing in his dream, what are you, I should like to know? Ditto, said Tweedledum. Ditto, ditto, cried Tweedledee. He shouted this so loud that Alice couldn't help saying, Hush, you'll be waking him. I'm afraid if you make so much noise. Well, it's no use your talking about waking him, said Tweedledum, when you're only one of the things in his dream. You know very well, and you're not real. I am real, said Alice, and began to cry. You won't make yourself a bit realer by crying, Tweedledee remarked. There's nothing to cry about. If I wasn't real, Alice said, half laughing through her tears, it all seems so ridiculous. I shouldn't be able to cry. I hope you don't suppose those are real tears, Tweedledum interrupted in a tone of great contempt. I know they are talking nonsense, Alice thought to herself, and it's foolish to cry about it. So she brushed away her tears and went as cheerfully as she could. At any rate, I'd better be getting out of the wood, for really it's coming on very dark. Do you think it's going to rain? Tweedledum spread a large umbrella over himself and his brother and looked up into it. No, I don't think it is, he said. At least, not under here. Nohow. But it may rain outside? It may, if it chooses, said Tweedledee. We have no objection, contrariwise. Selfish things, thought Alice, and she was just going to say good night and leave them when Tweedledum sprang out from under the umbrella and seized her by the wrist. Do you see that? He said, in a voice choking with passion, and his eyes grew large and yellow all in a moment, as he pointed with a trembling finger at a small white thing lying under the tree. It's only a rattle, Alice said, after a careful examination of the little white thing. Not a rattlesnake, you know, she added hastily, thinking that he was frightened. Only an old rattle, quite old and broken. I knew it was, cried Tweedledum, beginning to stamp about wildly and tear his hair. It's spoiled, of course. Here he looked at Tweedledee, who immediately sat down on the ground and cried to hide himself under the umbrella. Alice laid her hand upon his arm and said in a soothing tone, You needn't be so angry about an old rattle. But it isn't old, Tweedledum cried, and in a greater fury than ever. It is new, I tell you. I bought it yesterday, my nice new rattle, and his voice rose to a perfect scream. All this time, Tweedledee was trying his best to fold up the umbrella with himself in it, which was such an extraordinary thing to do, that it quite took off Alice's attention from the angry brother. But he couldn't quite succeed, and he ended in his rolling over, balled up in the umbrella, with only his head out, and there he lay, opening and shutting his mouth and his large eyes, looking more like a fish than anything else, Alice thought. Of course you agreed to have a battle. A battle? Tweedledum said in a calmer tone. I suppose so, the other sulkily replied, as he crawled out of the umbrella. Only she must help us to dress up, you know. So the two brothers went up hand in hand into the wood, and returned in a minute with their arms full of things, such as bolsters, blankets, hearthrugs, tablecloths, dish covers, and coal scuttles. I hope you're a good hand at pinning and trying strings? Tweedledum remarked. Every one of these things has got to go on, somehow or other. Alice said afterwards she had never seen such a fuss made about anything in all her life. The way those two bustle about, and the quantity of things they put on, and the trouble they gave her in trying strings and fastening buttons. Really, they'll be more like bundles of old clothes than anything else by the time they're ready, she said to herself, as she arranged a bolster around the neck of Tweedledee, to keep his head from being cut off, as he said. You know, he added gravely, it's one of the most serious things that can possibly happen to one in a battle, to get one's head cut off. Alice laughed aloud, but she managed to turn it into a cough for fear of hurting his feelings. Do I look very pale? Said Tweedledum, coming up to have his helmet tied on. He called it a helmet, though it certainly looked much more like a saucepan. Well, yes, a little, Alice replied gently. I'm very brave generally, he went on in a low voice. Only today I happen to have a headache. And I've got a toothache, said Tweedledee, who had overheard the remark. I am far worse off than you. Then you better not fight today, said Alice, thinking it a good opportunity to make peace. We must have a bit of a fight, but I don't care about going along, said Tweedledum. What's the time now? Tweedledee looked at his watch and said, 4:30. Let's fight till 6 and then have dinner, said Tweedledum. Very well, the other said, rather sadly. And she can watch us. Only you better not come very close, he added. I generally hit everything I can see when I get really excited. And I hit everything within reach, cried Tweedledum. Whether I can see it or not. Alice laughed. You must hit the trees pretty often, I should think, she said. Tweedledum looked around him with a satisfied smile. I don't suppose, he said. There will be a tree left standing for ever so far around by the time we've finished. And all about a rattle, said Alice, still hoping to make them a little ashamed of fighting for such a trifle. I shouldn't have minded it so much, said Tweedledum, if it hadn't been a new one. I wish the monstrous crowd would come, thought Alice. There's only one sword, you know, Tweedledum said to his brother. But you can have the umbrella. It's quite sharp, only we must be quick. It's getting dark as it can. And darker, said Tweedledee. It was getting dark so suddenly that Alice thought there must be a thunderstorm coming on. What a thick black cloud that is, she said, and how fast it comes. Why, I do believe it's got wings. It's a crow, Tweedledum cried out in a shrill voice of alarm, and the two brothers took their heels and were out of sight in a moment. Alice ran a little way into the wood and stopped under a large tree. It can never get at me here, she thought. It's far too large to squeeze itself in among the trees. But I wish it wouldn't flap its wings so. It makes quite a hurricane in the wood. And here's somebody's shawl being blown away. Okay, end of chapter. Okay. Oh, Lisa, welcome! How are you doing today? Okay, we're getting a little bit closer now to the rest of the book. I'm pretty sure... Okay, hold on. I'm pretty sure we're kind of on the middle. Or maybe 1/3? Yeah, actually kind of close to the middle now. I'm good, just finished the stream and I was happy to see that I got to hop into yours. Oh yeah, I saw that you were gonna stream today. I was so sad I was gonna miss it. I hope you had a good stream then. And thank you so much for stopping by. We're reading the sequel of Alice in Wonderland right now. And also, oh, okay, in this last chapter, the poem about the walrus and the oysters, I feel like I do remember that from the movie, the animated movie. I'm pretty sure, like I have a pretty clear picture. It's been so long since I watched the movie, but I feel like I do remember that it was really sad. The poor oysters. Pobrecitos, ¿qué les hicieron? They got eaten. Was it also like a poem in the movie? I don't remember that. I really want to rewatch it sometime soon. Cause I like comparing. And also it's interesting to see the stuff that it's actually from the second book that was put into the movie. Okay. Gonna drink more water. Cause I feel like my throat keeps giving out. I probably should have prepared better like last time. I usually do vocal warm-ups and get some tea. But I was finishing I was trying to finish a book that I've been wanting to read all week, but I didn't have any time. So I was so eager to finally finish it right before the stream. So I ended up doing everything last minute, and of course I forgot stuff. I did manage to finish that book though. And it kind of left on a little bit of a cliffhanger, and now I have to wait until like August for the sequel, and I'm like, oh, why? At least I think it has some like a little bit of a preview of the next book, but I'm gonna have to read that after the stream. But at the same time, I'm like, should I read it now and then be more eager about having to be impatient over waiting months for the next one? But we'll see. It was a very good book. Okay. And hopefully if my throat doesn't give out, we are actually gonna manage to finish this one. Sometimes I read the last few sentences of a book to see if I should start reading it. I know it spoils. What? Why the last sentence? I have like some people doing that, but wow. And does it actually convince you to read the book if you read the ending? I'll bring you some tea. Oh yes, please. I need a chamomile tea so badly right now. And yes, it does usually if I'm intrigued enough. Ooh, that's an interesting trick. For me, it's more like I try to read, because I'm kind of a mood reader, so sometimes it's hard for me to get hooked in a book because I don't know exactly what I'm in the mood for. So I just try to read like the first pages and see if I'm hooked enough, and then I continue. So for me, it's basically the opposite. You start with the end, and I start with the beginning. This chair is uncomfortable after a while. Ugh. Too much. Too much sitting. Okay. Don't worry, I'll bring you a nice pillow too. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. I need my little tea. I need my pillow to be more comfortable. At least I'm not struggling trying to read with without my glasses like I did back when we were reading The Little Prince. That was a little harder. I need to renew my glasses actually. Now that I think about it. Okay, let's see. We're in chapter 5, right? OMG, I'm so blind. I could never read without them. I am how do I say this? I'm also very my eyesight is also very bad, but I did get surgery on my eyes, which supposedly was gonna help me get better eyesight, but my issue is so bad that I just kind of continue worsening after a while. So technically I can like see kind of well without my glasses, but it's not perfect. So at least I can read, but I do need to have like the book like really close to my eyes if I don't have my glasses on. OMG, surgery is scary. Yeah, it was very scary and very uncomfortable. I do not recommend it. Very, very uncomfortable process. And then having to had my eyes completely shut for a month straight. Like bandages on my eyes, and I couldn't use my eyes at all for like a month. That was so uncomfortable. No being able to see at all. Ah, you made your pollito jump. Yes, you can jump. You can also set off bombs, or you can send hugs. Oh my god, hi! Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! Enough raid! Oh, so cute! Wait, hold on. Let me give you a shout out. Okay, shout out. Ah, I was struggling with this keyboard. Okay, not a professor. Okay, there. Thank you so much for the raid, on a professor. Really appreciate it. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to the Holy Library. I'm your archangel librarian, Cassiel Aurelius. I am a barry streamer. I talk a lot about books and also play a lot of different games, especially story-driven games like visual novels and horror games, etc. And also, like I said, I like reading books. So today we're reading Alice Through the Looking Glass. We're already halfway through it. Oh, thank you so much for the follows. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a really good stream. What were you doing? And also, of course, if you all need to raid and run, you can do so. You're more than welcome to. Or if you just want to hang out here with us while reading the book, then I hope you enjoy your stay. We were transcribing a 150 years old diary. Oh my god, it sounds so cool. Wow. I feel like that's honestly so interesting. What was it about? I actually when I read a book, finished a book today that kind of makes me think of that. Although it's a fantasy book, but in a way the characters had to like search a lot through like old diaries and letters because they were researching about an author. So it kind of makes me think of that. I have to go to bed now, but I'm glad I was able to join. I hope you have a great night. Okay, Sam Bruce, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. Bye-bye. It's from a woman from 1868, recording mostly weather, visitors, and other life events. Oh, that is so interesting. Ooh. It really makes me curious about, I mean, the everyday life of people from back then. Because in a way, kind of like how we use social media right now, but I guess back then it was like people would record their everyday life on diaries and letters and stuff. So it's really cool to learn that. Oh my gosh, thank you for the follows. Hi. Blue chips. Hello, hi. Sorry, I hope I pronounced it right. Welcome. That's why I love reading these diaries. You get a really personal look into the past. Ooh, where do you find these diaries? I kinda wanna look into that. It sounds so interesting. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow, Viridian Ghost. But transcribing is like sorry, it's because English is not really my first language, so I feel like I have an idea what transcribing is, but maybe I don't know if it's too accurate. It's like you write what you see from the letter, I'm guessing. Vivian, I have to run, but I like the vibe. See you another time. Oh, I'm glad you do. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a really good rest of your day. Some archives and museums have digitized their collections and made them available online. Oh. Okay, so I need to check that out. I want to look into that because I do want to learn more about the past and stuff. I do enjoy like history. That's why I read a lot of non-fiction books, but sometimes it's hard to find stuff that is like related to that. Transcribir. Oh, okay. Yes, typing the cursed words out so that it's easier to read and so that it's searchable in search engines. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what I was kind of thinking it was, but I wanted to make sure. Thank you for explaining. Oh yeah, because cursive, well, definitely cursive can be a little bit also confusing if you don't really know it. I do have, I mean, I did learn cursive as a kid, but sometimes it's definitely hard for me to read it. So that is so useful, huh? I prefer fiction books. Really? What kind of fiction books do you like? I personally just like reading a little bit of everything. So because like I said, I'm a mood reader. Depends on my mood. So I change a lot of my reading habits. I still struggle with reading some of this cursive. Yeah, I feel like they have like a very peculiar way of writing. Makes me make kind of like sometimes. Well, obviously I'm guessing because I'm not someone who's an expert on this, but I can imagine probably it's probably like trying to read the cursive writing from a doctor. I'm currently trying to read Victorian books, mostly for research, but some of them are really entertaining. Oh, wow! You mean like Victorian fiction books, right? Like set in the Victorian era? That's so cool. I've been wanting to read some of those too. Because I also, um, I really like, well, when I was younger, I was more obsessed with the Victorian era. So that is like an interest that I do want to go back to. And I think I saw it recently on Twitter. Someone was recommending a book series that was, um, a fiction series. That's like the setting is in the Victorian era, so that really caught my interest. I really wanna try it. Read it sometime. It's on my endless TBR. Okay, I was trying to move my chat, and I almost made my screen super small. Okay. Mm-hmm. What type of books do you read? Do you mainly read in Spanish? Oh, actually, I'm mainly reading English. Even though Spanish is my first language, I got really used to reading in English when I learned the language. So that's what I mostly gravitate to. And also because it helps me keep up practicing. My English is it's not really perfect, but at least since I keep reading it helps me retain it. I do read Spanish books sometimes, but I mostly prefer reading Spanish books when that's the original language. If the book is original in English, I rather read it in English. And like I said, I read a little bit of everything. I like horror, fantasy, science fiction. I like nonfiction, like memoirs, true crime, psychology, also about feminist things, like about race or gender or LGBTQ issues. Oh, I love danme. I've been wanting to read more danme. Light novels as well. Uh, I also like dark academia type of books or cozy. I feel like my taste is all over the place. Yeah, same. Reading made me become fluent in English as well. Hmm. That's why I really love books because it's what got me into learning English. My very my very first books when I started learning English were like um, Edgar Allan Poe poems, Phantom of the Opera, I really said Edgar Allan Poe. What was the other one? Coraline? I think that's also some of the first books that I started when I started learning English. So yeah, I really enjoy it. Thank you for following. I have to go bed now, but enjoy the rest of your stream. You're welcome, little professor. I hope to catch one of your streams sometime. And thank you again so much for the follow, and I hope you have a really good rest. When I have more time, I want to read more. Oh, well, sorry. Well, not please, because I just makes me excited to know when other people want to read more, because then I want to talk about it. So if you read more and you need someone to talk to about it, I'm right here. Yeah, I just really love encouraging people to read more, because I have a it's probably really obvious by now, but I'm very passionate about books, and it makes me happy to share my love for books with others. Okay. We're gonna drink a little bit more water, and then we can continue with our reading. Pray for my throat so it doesn't give out. For sure, I was thinking about reading webcomic in Spanish to help with learning the language. Do you have any recommendations? Doesn't have to be comic. Okay, well, let me try to remember. I haven't read graphic novels in a not graphic novels. I haven't read webcomics in a while, but usually a lot of books that I read are translated into Spanish, so probably maybe I can think of something that's been translated. Oh wait, do you like manga? If so, I can recommend you some manga. Maybe you can find it in translated in Spanish. Yeah, manga. Manga's cool. Well, if you like, for example, one of my favorite mangas at the moment that I think are very good to like binge read are, for example, Skip to Loafer and Medalist. Medalist right now has an anime that I'm watching and it makes me cry. But yeah, those two are really good mangas. Are very wholesome, very great characters, and really good art. So if you can find them in Spanish, I really recommend them. I'm usually not excited when I hear people say, I want to read more, but it sounds like never. Maybe I am too pessimistic. Aww. You have to change perspective. You have to be optimistic. Because I know it can be hard for some people to want to read more. I've been there. I mean, it does seem like now, in this past few years, I'm a lot better at reading. I try to at least read 50 books or more each year. But I did spend like many years just barely reading at all. So I do understand also the perspective of people who struggle with reading. So that's why I always want to encourage people to get back into it, or if they're dealing with reading slumps and stuff. And also, like, it doesn't have to be just books. There's many types of reading. You can read audiobooks. Audiobooks also count. I know that sometimes people think they don't, but yeah, audiobooks count. And of course, graphic novels, manga, that's also reading. What else? Poetry, short stories. There's a lot of ways to read something, even if it's a small. I feel like you can anyone can like take little things to like go enrich their reading experience, you know, if that makes sense. Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, I understand. Like it's different for people who's not reading is not like their primary hobby. Yeah. But I feel like at least if they try to like find something also that they enjoy. Unfortunately, not everyone, not everyone loves reading so much, which is a bit sad because I know it definitely has. I feel like it definitely has affected sometimes. We're struggling right now online with anti-intellectualism and stuff, which is very sad to see. Because reading, even if reading definitely helps. How do you say it? Reading definitely helps at like enriching your knowledge and helps you become more curious and like get better at analyzing stuff, you know? But yeah. I think life is about self-improvement and reading is definitely one of those avenues to become more involved you. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with that. Like I said, there's so many ways to read. Doesn't have to be just books. Although I will prefer people will read more books, but um I know not everyone can really get into it. I think people think that reading is directly related to education of improvement. For me, it's mainly entertainment. Oh yeah, yeah. It can be different for everyone. For me also it's more entertainment, but I also like it for education because like I said, I love nonfiction books because I love learning about new things. I just really love learning. My primary hobby is eating iron, lifting at the gym. Oh, that's really cool. I don't I don't I don't what how do I say this? I am I am very weak. I don't go to the gym. I used to take boxing classes, but it's been a while, so I really admire people who are very good in that regard. But to be fair, I've been learning languages by reading books. Yes, it really helps with learning new languages. And I hope I hope one day when I actually learn Japanese, maybe I can start actually reading books in Japanese. But for that, I probably should get back to actually studying Japanese because it's been a while and I already forgot everything. If I need you in real life, I will take you to the gym with me, LMAO. I'm always looking for a gym partner. honestly, I will totally let you drag me to the gym. I will never want to go to the gym alone. I don't know. Everyone who does it, I respect my respects, but I definitely would prefer it if I could go with someone. Okay, gonna wait. I was supposed to continue the chapter. The discussion topic was really interesting. The last time I went to the gym was when I was at school during PA excursion. I feel like that's for most people, honestly. Sorry, LOL, you can keep bringing we like japping with you. No, it's alright. I also really like japping. It makes me happy to talk about with you all. Okay, my pollitos, get ready. Now we actually need to go back to reading. So we can actually finish this book by tonight. Hopefully. Because for the next reading stream, I wanted to start a new book. I don't wanna have to leave this for another stream. But to be fair, I have trouble gaining weight. I probably need to change my diet and eat more if I want to go to the gym. Ooh. Meanwhile, I'm the opposite. Protein! Protein is good for you. Also, I just realized my Streamlabs message doesn't show my emote. Why? I'm gonna have to change that later. Okay. Now, actually back to reading. Okay. I mean, y'all can keep chatting if you want, but I won't be able to respond until I finish the chapter. Okay. Chapter 5. Wool and Water. She caught the shawl as she spoke, and looked above for the owner. In another moment, the White Queen came running wildly through the wood, with both arms stretched out wide, as if she were flying, and Alice very civilly went to meet her with the shawl. "I am very glad I happened to be in the way," Alice said, as she helped her to put on her shawl again. The White Queen only looked at her in a helpless, frightened sort of way, and kept repeating something in a whisper to herself that sounded like a bread and butter. And Alice felt like if there was to be any conversation at all, she must manage it herself. So she began rather timidly. "Am I addressing the White Queen?" "Well, yes, if you call that addressing," the Queen said. "It isn't my notion of the thing at all." Alice thought it would never do to have an argument at the very beginning of their conversation, so she smiled and said, "If your Majesty will only tell me the right way to begin, I'll do it as well as I can." "But I don't want it done at all," groaned the poor Queen. "I've been addressing myself for the last 2 hours." It would have been all the better, as it seemed to Alice, if she had got someone else to dress her. She was so dreadfully untidy. "Every single thing's crooked," Alice thought to herself, "and she's all over pins. May I put your shawl straight for you?" she added aloud. "I don't know what's the matter with it," the Queen said in a melancholy voice. "It's out of temper, I think. I pin it here and I pin it there, but there's no pleasing it." "It can go straight, you know, if you pin it all on one side," Alice said, as she gently put it right for her. "And, dear me, what a state your hair is in." "The brush has got entangled in it," the Queen said with a sigh, "and I lost the comb yesterday." Alice carefully released the brush and did her best to get the hair into order. "Come, you look rather better now," she said, after altering most of the pins. "But really, you should have a lady's maid." "I'm sure I'll take you with pleasure," the Queen said. 2 pence a week, and jam every other day." Alice couldn't help laughing as she said, "I don't want you to hire me, and I don't care for jam." "It's very good jam," said the Queen. "Well, I don't want any today at any rate." You couldn't have it if you did want it," the Queen said. "The rule is, jam tomorrow and jam yesterday, but never jam today." "It must come sometimes to jam today," Alice objected. "No, it can't," said the Queen. "It's jam every other day. Today isn't any other day, you know." "I don't understand you," said Alice. "It's dreadfully confusing." "That's the effect of living backwards," the Queen said kindly. "It always makes one a little giddy at first." "Living backwards," Alice repeated in great astonishment. "I never heard of such a thing." "But there's one great advantage in it, that one's memory works both ways." "I'm sure mine only works one way," Alice remarked. "I can't remember things before they happen." "It's a poor sort of memory that only works backwards," the Queen remarked. "What sort of things do you remember best?" Alice ventured to ask. "Oh, things that happened the week after next," the Queen replied in a careless tone. "For instance now," she went on, sticking a large piece of plaster on her finger as she spoke. "There's the King's messenger. He's in prison now, being punished, and the trial doesn't even begin till next Wednesday. And of course, the crime comes last of all." "Suppose he never commits the crime?" said Alice. "That would be all the better, wouldn't it?" the Queen said. She bound the plaster around her finger with a bit of ribbon. Alice felt there was no denying that. Of course it will be all the better, she said. But it wouldn't be all the better he's being punished. You're wrong there, at any rate, said the queen. Were you ever punished? Only for faults, said Alice. And you were all the better for it, I know, the queen said triumphantly. Yes, but then I had done the things I was punished for, said Alice. That makes all the difference. But if you hadn't done them, the queen said, that would have been better still. Better and better and better. Her voice went higher with each better, till it got quite to a squeak at last. Alice was just beginning to say, there's a mistake somewhere, when the queen began screaming so loud that she had to leave the sentence unfinished. Oh, 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 shouted the queen, shaking her head about as if she wanted to shake it off. My finger's bleeding! Oh, 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 oh! Her screams were so exactly like the whistle of a steam engine that Alice had to hold both her hands over her ears. What is the matter? She said, as soon as there was a chance of making herself heard. Have you pricked your finger? I haven't pricked it yet, the queen said, but I soon shall. Oh, oh, oh! When do you expect to do it? Alice asked, feeling very much inclined to laugh. When I fasten my shawl again, the poor queen groaned out. The brooch will come undone directly. Oh, oh! As she said the words, the brooch flew open, and the queen clutched wildly at it and tried to clasp it again. Take care! Cried Alice. You're holding it out crooked! And she caught out the brooch, but it was too late. The pin had slipped, and the queen had prickled her finger. That accounts for the bleeding, you see, she said to Alice with a smile. Now you understand how things happen here. But why don't you scream now? Alice asked, holding her hand ready to put over her ears again. Why, I've done all the screaming already, said the queen. What will be the good of having it all over again? By this time it was getting light. The crow must have flown away, I think, said Alice. I'm so glad it's gone. I thought it was the night coming in. I wish I could manage to be glad, the queen said. Only I never can remember the rule. You must be very happy, living in this wood, and being glad whenever you like. Only it is very lonely here, Alice said in a melancholy voice, and at the thought of her loneliness 2 large tears came rolling down her cheeks. Oh, don't go on like that, cried the poor queen, wringing her hands in despair. Consider what a great girl you are. Consider what a long way you've come today. Consider what a clock it is. Consider anything, only don't cry. Alice could not help laughing at this, even in the midst of her tears. And you keep from crying by considering things? She asked. That's the way it's done, the queen said with great decision. Nobody can do 2 things at once, you know? Let's consider your age to begin with. How old are you? I'm 7.5 exactly. You needn't say exactly, the queen remarked. I can believe it without that. Now, I'll give you something to believe. I'm just 101, 5 months and a day. I can't believe that, said Alice. Can you? The queen said in a pitying tone. Try again. Draw a long breath and shut your eyes. Alice laughed. There's no use trying, she said. One can't believe impossible things. I dare say you haven't had much practice, said the queen. When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. Why, sometimes I believe as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. There goes the shawl again. The bridge had come undone as she spoke, and a sudden gust of wind blew the queen's shawl across the little brook. The queen spread out her arms again and went flying after it, and this time she succeeded in catching it for herself. I've got it, she cried in a triumphant tone. Now you shall see me pin it on again, all by myself. Then I hope your finger is better now? Alice said very politely, as she crossed the little brook after the queen. Oh, much better, cried the queen, her voice rising to a squeak as she went on. Much better, 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 be. The last word ended in a long bleat, so like a sheep that Alice quite started. She looked at the queen, who seemed to have suddenly wrapped herself up in wool. Alice rubbed her eyes and looked again. She couldn't make out what happened at all. Was she in a shop? And was it really a sheep that was sitting on the other side of the counter? Rub as she could make nothing more of it. She was in a little dark shop, leaning with her elbows on the counter, and opposite to her was an old sheep, sitting in an armchair knitting, and every now and then leaning off to look at her through a great pair of spectacles. What is it you want to buy? The sheep said at last, looking up for a moment from her knitting. I don't quite know yet, Alice said, very, very gently. I should like to look all around me first, if I might. You may look in front of you, and on both sides, if you like, said the sheep, but you can't look all around you, unless you got eyes at the back of your head. But this, as it happened, Alice cannot go, so she contented herself with turning around, looking at the shelves as she came to them. The shop seemed to be full of all manner of curious things, but the oddest part of it all was whenever she looked hard at any shelf to make out exactly what it had on it, that particular shelf was always quite empty, though the others around it were crowded as full as they could hold. Things flow about so here, she said at last in a plaintive tone, after she had spent a minute or so in vainly pursuing a large bright thing that looked sometimes like a doll and sometimes like a workbox, and was always in the shelf next above to the one she was looking at. And this one is the most provoking of all. But I'll tell you what, she added, as a sudden thought struck her. I followed up to the very top shelf of all. It will puzzle it to go through the ceiling, I expect. But even this plan failed. The thing went through the ceiling as quietly as possible, as if we're quite used to it. Are you a child or a teetotum? The sheep said, and she took up another pair of needles. You'll make me giddy soon, if you go on turning around like that. She was now working with 14 pairs at once, and Alice couldn't help looking at her in grim astonishment. How can she knit with so many? The puzzled child thought to herself. She gets more and more like a porcupine every minute. Can you row? The sheep asked, handing her a pair of knitting needles as she spoke. Yes, a little, but not on land, and not with needles. Alice was beginning to say, when suddenly the needles turned into oars in her hands, as she found they were in a little boat, gliding along between banks, so there was nothing for it but to do her best. Feather, cried the sheep, as she took up another pair of needles. This didn't sound like a remark that needed any answer, so Alice said nothing, but pulled away. There was something very queer about the water, she thought, as every now and then the oars got fast in it, and would hardly come out again. Feather, Feather, the sheep cried again, taking more needles. You'll be catching a crab directly. A dear little crab, thought Alice. I should like that. Didn't you hear me say feather? The sheep cried angrily, taking up quite a bunch of needles. Indeed I did, said Alice. You've said it very often, and very loud. Ah! Oh, thank you for the headband. Wait, hold on, where did I left off? Okay, I should like that. Didn't you hear me say feather? The sheep cried angrily, taking up quite a bunch of needles. Indeed I did, said Alice. You have said it very often, and very loud, please. Where are the crabs? In the water, of course, said the sheep, sticking some of the needles into her hair, as her hands were full. Feather, I say. Why do you say feather so often? Alice asked at last, rather vexed. I am not a bird. You are, said the sheep. You're a little goose. This offended Alice a little, so there was no more conversation for a minute or two, while the boat glided gently on, sometimes among beds of weeds, which made the oars stick fast in the water, worse than ever, and sometimes under trees, but always with the same tall riverbanks frowning over their heads. Oh, please, there's some scented rushes, Alice cried in a sudden transport of delight. There really are, and such beauties. You needn't say please to me about them, the sheep said, without looking up from her knitting. I didn't put them there, and I'm not going to take them away. No, but I meant, please, may we wait and pick some? Alice pleaded. If you don't mind stopping the boat for a minute. How am I to stop it? Said the sheep. If you leave off rowing, it will stop of itself. So the boat was left to drift down the stream as it would, till it glided gently among the waving rushes, and then the little sleeves were carefully rolled up, and the little arms were plunging elbow deep to get the rushes a good long way down before raking them off. And for a while Alice forgot all about the sheep and the knitting, as she went over the side of the boat, with just the ends of her tangled hair dripping into the water, while with bright, eager eyes she caught at one bunch after another of the darling scented rushes. I only hope the boat won't tip over, she said to herself. Oh, what a lovely one, only I couldn't quite reach it. And it certainly did seem a little provoking, almost as if it happened on purpose, she thought. That, though she managed to pick plenty of beautiful rushes as the boat glided by, There was always more lovely one that she couldn't reach. The prettiest are always further, she said at last, with a sigh at the obstinacy of the rushes in growing so far off, as, with flushed cheeks and dripping hair and hands, she scrambled back into her place and began to arrange her newfound treasures. What mattered to her just then that the rushes had begun to fade, and to lose all their scent and beauty, from the very moment that she picked them. Even real scented rushes, last only a very little while, and these pink dream rushes melted away almost like snow, and they lay in heaps on her feet. But Alice hardly noticed this. There were so many other curious things to think about. They hadn't gone much farther before the blade of one of the oars got fast in the water and wouldn't come out again, so Alice explaining afterwards. And the consequence was that the handle of it caught her under the chin, and, in spite of a series of little shrieks of "oh, oh, oh" from poor Alice, it swept her straight off the seat and down among the heaps of rushes. However, she wasn't hurt, and was soon up again. The sheep went on with her knitting all the while, just as if nothing had happened. "That was a nice scrap you caught," she remarked, as Alice got back into her place, very much relieved to find herself still in the boat. "Was it? I didn't see it," said Alice, peeping cautiously over the side of the boat into the dark water. "I wish you hadn't let go. I should so like to see a little crab to take home with me." But the sheep only laughed scornfully and went on with her knitting. Are there many crabs here?" said Alice. "Crabs, and all sorts of things," said the sheep. "Plenty of choice. Only make up your mind. Now, what do you want to buy?" "To buy?" Alice echoed in a tone that was half astonished and half frightened, for the oars and the boat and the river had vanished all in a moment, and she was back again in the little dark shop. "I should like to buy a necklace," she said timidly. "How do you sell them?" "5 pence farthing for one, 2 pence for two," the sheep replied. "Then two are cheaper than one?" Alice said in a surprised tone, taking out her purse. "Only you must eat them both if you buy two," said the sheep. "Then I'll have one, please," said Alice as she put the money down on the counter, for she thought to herself, they might not be at all I'm struggling, okay. They mightn't be at all nice, The sheep took the money and put it away in a box. Then she said, "I never put things into people's hands. That will never do. You must get it for yourself." And so saying, she went off to the other end of the shop and set the egg upright on a shelf. "I wonder why it wouldn't do," thought Alice as she groped her way among the tables and chairs, for the shop was very dark towards the end. "The egg seems to get further away the more I walk towards it. Let me see. Is this a chair? Why, it's got branches, I declare. How very odd to find trees growing here. And actually, here's a little brook. Well, this is a very queer shop I ever saw." So she went on, wondering more and more at every step, as everything turned into a tree the moment she came up to it, and she quite expected the egg to do the same. Well, that one was very trippy. So much things kept changing. Wonderland, it's a very curious place. Okay, let me see. Just talking about gym stuff. I see. Well, I'm glad you had a really good talk. Okay, gonna drink more coffee. God, my throat was really strong in this one. Even though I made sure to actually drink some water before. But also some stuff, was definitely a bit hard to follow what was going on. It just feels like every chapter gets like weirder and weirder, which I guess is the charm of Alice in Wonderland. It's a very, very weird fairy tale type. Well, at least Alice in Wonderland considered a fairy tale now that I think about it. I guess more like a children's story, not exactly a fairy tale. Okay. I've got to get ready for tomorrow. I have a long day of classes. Oh no! Thanks for the vibe. See you next time. Okay. Well, I hope you can get enough rest then. And good luck tomorrow with all your classes. Thank you so much for stopping by, Lisa. I hope to see you again sometime. Bye. Okay. Bye. Ooh, we're in the okay. The next chapter is about Humpty Dumpty. I do wonder. I don't remember if Humpty Dumpty appears in the animated movie. That I think about it. But now I'm also thinking, is Humpty Dumpty from this book, or is he a character from like another story? I'm kind of curious now. Okay, Humpty Dumpty, where are you from? Humpty Dumpty. Oh no, Humpty Dumpty is from a song, right? Oh yeah, okay. So he's from, I think it was from the nursery rhyme and was added Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, it seems to be the case, at least according to Wikipedia. It just made me curious because I wasn't expecting I wasn't expecting the author to add a character that wasn't his own, I guess. Humpty Dumpty fanfiction. adding him to his own story, I guess. Humpty Dumpty's a little egg. Wait, I just remembered. You all remember the Humpty Dumpty from Shrek? He looks so funny. Did you already read the story of the oysters? I did! Oh, pobrecitos. It makes me so sad. That one I do more clearly remember in the what's it called? In the movie. I do remember them more in the movie. Pobrecitos, yeah. Poor oysters. All of them got eaten. They didn't deserve that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one is in the movie. It's like the part that made me really sad. That scene kind of traumatized me lightly, but I never forgot that scene. Yeah, me neither. Definitely like the most impactful scene in that animated movie, honestly. Okay. Let me just gonna put a little announcement on Twitter that we're still reading. And also I wanted to look for Humpty Dumpty from Shrek because I thought it was funny. Okay. Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty Shrek. I'm gonna He looks so funny. Why? Why does he have that face? Look at him. You know what? I'm gonna put him here while we're reading the Humpty Dumpty chapter. He's just his face. He looks so weird. He has that expression that with the eyebrows like I can't do that. I can't move my eyebrows like that. Shoot, Noble redeem to compare. Ah, okay. Let me put it. I forgot that I. Hold on. I usually there. Exactly. He's my twin. He's my twin now. Me and Humpty Dumpty. I am the Humpty Dumpty. I guess it would be perfect for me to read the Humpty Dumpty chapter like this, isn't it? But at least I look better. I look better bald than him. Look, I'm actually shiny. He's not shiny. He only has a little hat. I'm a better egg. I'm a more handsome egg. Wouldn't you agree? Okay. There. Wings, hat. Exactly. The wings make me look so much better than his hat. No. Oh, not bald anymore. First time, I'm not glad to getting my hair back. Just because I thought it would be funny to read this while being bald, but okay. Okay. No more twinsies. Okay, now we have very little left actually. Well, kind of. We're in chapter 6. Then we need wait, what was the last chapter? I guess the chapters are kind of shorter afterwards. Because I think, well, yeah, like the last chapter is 12. So technically, we should be like halfway through the book, but I feel like the chapters might be shorter because it feels like a lot less. But okay. Yes, sir. Here's, like I said, here's Humpty Dumpty, so you all can visualize how he looks while we read this chapter. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, no, the pollitos can go all the way in front of him after gore. Or can they? No, they can't! Okay, hold on. I need to... Wait, no! Who's the one in between his legs? I was gonna put the pollitos in front of him, but it looks like they're hiding behind him, so I'm just gonna leave it there. Okay. Okay, now we continue. Chapter 6. Humpty Dumpty. However, the egg only got larger and larger, and more human. When she had come within a few yards of it, she saw that it had eyes and a nose and a mouth. And when she had come close to it, she saw clearly that it was Humpty Dumpty himself. It can't be anybody else, she said to herself. I'm as certain as of it, as if his name were written all over his face. It might have been written 100 times, easily, on that enormous face. Humpty Dumpty was sitting with his legs crossed like a Turk, on the top of a high wall. Such a narrow one that Alice quite wondered how he could keep his balance. And, as his eyes were steadily fixed in the opposite direction, and he didn't take the least notice of her, she thought he must be stuffed figure after all. And how exactly like an egg he is, she said out loud. standing with her hands ready to catch him, for she was every moment expecting him to fall. It's very provoking, Humpty Dumpty said after a long silence, looking away from Alice as he spoke. To be called an egg. Very. I said you look like an egg, sir, Alice gently explained. And some eggs are very pretty, you know, she added, hoping to turn her remark into a sort of compliment. Some people, said Humpty Dumpty, looking away from her as usual, have no more sense than a baby. Alice didn't know what to say to this. It wasn't an all-like conversation, she thought, as he never said anything to her. In fact, his last remark was evidently addressed to a tree, so she stood and softly repeated to herself. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty in his place again. That last line is much too long for the poetry, she added almost out loud, forgetting that Humpty Dumpty will hear her. The egg? Hi Manoji, thank you for checking in. Yes. Perfect. Now you have 2 Humpty Dumptys on this tree. As I'm seeing, there was a possibility of doing that. Yes. So perfect, yes. We're in the chapter of Humpty Dumpty, so yeah, this is perfect for this. We all have the same thought, yes. Okay. Let me continue before my hair grows back. Where was I? Oh yeah, the last line is much too long for the poetry, she added, almost out loud, forgetting that Humpty Dumpty will hear her. Don't stand there chattering to yourself like that, Humpty Dumpty said, looking at her for the first time. But tell me your name and your business. My name is Alice, but... It's a stupid enough name, Humpty Dumpty interrupted impatiently. What does it mean? Must the name mean something? Alice asked doubtfully. Of course it must, Humpty Dumpty said without a short laugh. My name means the shape I am. And a good handsome shape it is too. With a name like yours, you might be any shape almost. Why do you sit on out here all alone? Said Alice, not wishing to begin an argument. Why? Because there's nobody with me, cried Humpty Dumpty. Did you think I didn't know the answer to that? Ask another. Don't you think you'd be safer on the ground? Alice went on, not with any idea of making another riddle, but simply in her good nature's anxiety for the queer creature. That wall is so very narrow. What tremendously easy riddles you ask, Humpty Dumpty growled out. Of course I don't think so. Why, if I ever did fall off, which there's no chance of, but if I did, here he pursed his lips and looked so solemn and grand that Alice could hardly help laughing. If I did fall, he went on, the king has promised me. You may turn pale, if you like. You didn't think I was going to say that, did you? The king has promised me, with his very own mouth, to send on his horses and on his men, Alice interrupted rather unwisely. Now, I declare us too bad, Humpty Dumpty cried, breaking into sudden passion. You've been listening outdoors and behind trees and down chimneys, or you couldn't have known it. I haven't indeed, Alice said very gently. It's in a book. Well, they may write such things in a book, Humpty Dumpty said in a calmer tone. That's what you call the history of England, that is. Now, take a good look at me. I'm one that has spoken to a king. I am. Mayhap you'll never see such another, and to show you I'm not proud, you may shake hands with me. And he grinned almost from ear to ear, as he leaned forward, and as near as possible fell off the wall in doing so, and offered Alice his hand. She watched him a little anxiously as she shook it. If he smiled much more, the ends of his mouth might meet behind, she thought, and then I don't know what will happen to his head. I am afraid it will come off. Yes, all his horses and all his men, Humpty Dumpty went on. They'd pick me up again in a minute. They would. However, this conversation is going on a little too fast. Let's go back to the last remark but one. I'm afraid I can't quite remember it, Alice said very politely. In that case, we'll start fresh, said Humpty Dumpty. At least my turn to choose a subject. He talks about it just as if it was a game, thought Alice. So here's a question for you. How old did you say you were? Alice made a short calculation and said, 7 years and 6 months. Wrong, Humpty Dumpty exclaimed triumphantly. You never said a word like it. I thought you meant how old are you? Alice explained. If I meant that, I'd have said it, said Humpty Dumpty. Alice didn't want to begin another argument, so she said nothing. 7 years and 6 months, Humpty Dumpty repeated thoughtfully. An uncomfortable sort of age. Now, if you'll ask my advice, I have said, leave off at 7, but it's too late now. I never asked advice about growing, Alice said indignantly. Too proud? The other inquired. Alice felt even more indignant at this suggestion. I mean, she said, that one can't help growing older. One can't, perhaps, said Humpty Dumpty, but two can, with proper assistance. You might have left off at 7. What a beautiful belt you got on, Alice suddenly remarked. They had had quite enough of the subject of age, she thought, and if they really were to take turns in choosing subjects, it was her turn now. Alice, she corrected herself in second thoughts. A beautiful cravat. I should have said, no, a belt. I beg your pardon, she added in dismay, for Humpty Dumpty looked truthfully offended, and she began to wish she hadn't chosen the subject. If only I knew, she thought to herself, which was neck and which was a waist. Evidently Humpty Dumpty was very angry, though he said nothing for a minute or two. When he did speak, it was in a deep growl. It is a most provoking thing, he said at last, when a person doesn't know a cravat from a belt. I know it's very ignorant of me, Alice said in so humble a tone that Humpty Dumpty relented. It's a cravat, child, and a beautiful one, as you say. It's a present from the White King and Queen. There now. Is it really? Said Alice, quite pleased to find that she had chosen a good subject after all. They gave it to me. Humpty Dumpty continued thoughtfully as he crossed one knee over the other and clasped his hand around it. They gave it me, for an unbirthday present. I beg your pardon? Alice said with a puzzled air. I'm not offended, said Humpty Dumpty. What is an unbirthday present? A present given when it isn't your birthday, of course. Alice considered a little. I like birthday presents best, she said at last. You don't know what you're talking about, cried Humpty Dumpty. How many days are there in a year? 365, said Alice. How many birthdays have you? 1. And if you take 1 from 365, what remains? 364, of course. Humpty Dumpty looked doubtful. I'd rather see that done on paper, he said. Alice couldn't keep smiling, and she took out her memorandum book and worked the sum of him. 365, 1, plus 1, minus 1, 364. Humpty Dumpty took the book and looked at it carefully. That seems to be done right, he began. You're holding it upside down, Alice interrupted. To be sure it was, Humpty Dumpty said gaily as she turned it around for him. I thought it looked a little queer. As I was saying, that seems to be done right, though I haven't time to look it over thoroughly just now. And that shows that there are 364 days when you might get an unbirthday presents. Certainly, said Alice. And only 1 for birthday presents, you know? There's glory for you. I don't know what you mean by glory, Alice said. Humpty Dumpty smiled contemptuously. Of course you don't. Did I tell you? I meant, there's a nice knockdown argument for you. But glory doesn't mean a nice knockdown argument, Alice objected. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said in a rather scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean. What choose it to mean, neither more nor less. The question is, said Alice, whether you can make words mean so many different things. The question is, said Humpty Dumpty, which is to be mastered, that's all. Alice was too much puzzled to say anything, so after a minute Humpty Dumpty began again. They're a temper, some of them, particularly verbs. They are the proudest. Sorry, I got a bit lost. Okay, so after a minute, Humpty Dumpty began again. They have a temper, some of them, particularly verbs. They're the proudest. Adjectives you can do anything with, but not verbs. However, I can manage a lot of them. Impenetrability. That's what I say. Would you tell me, please, said Alice, what that means? Now you talk like a reasonable child, said Humpty Dumpty, looking very much pleased. I meant by impenetrability that we had enough of the subject, and it will be just as well if you mentioned what you mean to do next. As I suppose you don't mean to stop here all the rest of your life. That's a great deal to make one word mean, Alice said in a thoughtful tone. When I make a word do a lot of work like that, said Humpty Dumpty. I always pay the extra. Oh, said Alice. She was too much puzzled to make any other remark. Ah, you should see him come around me of a Saturday night. Humpty Dumpty went on, wagging his head gravely from side to side. For to get their wages, you know. Alice didn't venture to ask what he paid them with. So you see, I can tell you. You seem very clever explaining words, sir, said Alice. Would you kindly tell me the meaning of the poem called Jabberwocky? Let's hear it, said Humpty Dumpty. I can explain all the poems that were ever invented, and a good many that haven't been invented just yet. This sounded very hopeful, so Alice repeated the first verse. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wave. All mimsy where the borough goes, and the mome ras outgrave. That's enough to begin with, Humpty Dumpty interrupted. There are plenty of hard words there. Brillig means 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when you begin broiling things for dinner. That will do very well, said Alice. And slithy? Well, slithy means light and slimy. Light is the same as active. You see, it's like a portmanteau. There are two meanings packed up into one word. I see it now, Alice remarked thoughtfully. And what are toves? Well, toves are something like badgers. They're something like lizards, and they're something like corkscrews. They must be very curious-looking creatures. They are that, said Humpty Dumpty. Also, they make their nests on their sundials. Also, they live on cheese. And what's the gyre and to gimble? To gyre is to go around and round like a gyroscope. To gimble is to make holes like a gimlet. And the wave is the grass plot around a sundial, I suppose? Said Alice, surprised at her own ingenuity. Of course it is. It's called wave, you know, because it goes a long way before it, and a long way behind it, and a long way beyond it on each side, Alice added. Exactly so. Well then, mimsy is flimsy and miserable. There's another portmanteau for you. And a borough is a thin, shabby-looking bird with its feathers sticking out all around, something like a light mop. And then mom rats? Said Alice. I'm afraid I'm giving you a great deal of trouble. Well, a rat is a sort of green pig, but momme, I'm not certain about. I think it's short from home, meaning that they lost their way, you know? What does outgrave mean? Well, outgraving is something between bellowing and whistling, with a kind of sneeze in the middle. However, you'll hear it done, maybe, down in the wood yonder, and when you have once heard it, you'll be quite content. Who's been repeating all that hard stuff to you? I read in a book, said Alice, but I have some poetry repeated to me, much easier than that, by Tweedledee, I think it was. As to poetry, you know, said Humpty Dumpty, stretching out one of his great hands, I can repeat poetry as well as other folk. If it comes to that. Oh, it needn't come to that, Alice hastily said, hoping to keep him from beginning. The piece I'm going to repeat, he went on without noticing her remark, was written entirely for your amusement. Alice felt that in that case she really ought to listen to it, so she sat down and said, Thank you, rather sadly. In winter, when the fields are wide, I sing this song for your delight. Only I don't sing it, he added as an explanation. I see you don't, said Alice. If you can see whether I'm singing or not, you have sharper eyes that must, Humpty Dumpty remarked severely. Alice was silent. In spring, when woods are getting green, I'll try and tell you what I mean. Thank you very much, said Alice. In summer, when the days are long, perhaps you'll understand the song. In autumn, when the leaves are brown, take pen and ink and write it down. I will, if I can remember it so long, said Alice. You needn't go on making remarks like that, Humpty Dumpty said. They're not sensible, and they put me out. I sent a message to the fish. I told them this is what I wish. The little fishes of the sea. They sent me an answer back to me. The little fish's answer was, We cannot do it, sir, because... I'm afraid I can't understand, said Alice. It gets easier further on, Humpty Dumpty replied. I sent to them again to say, It will be better to obey. The fishes answered with a grin. Why, what a temper you are in. I told them once, I told them twice, they will not listen to advice. I took a kettle large and new, fit for the deed I had to do. My hair went hop, my heart went thump. I filled the kettle as the pond. Then someone came to me and said, "The little fishes are in bed." I said to him, I said it plain, "Then you must wake them up again." I said it very loud and clear, and one and shouted in his ear. Huh? Oh wait! Wait, hold Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid, hold on! I was almost done with the chapter, but before I continue, I wanna welcome you, raiders. Hi! Murder mystery raid. Oh, this is so cool. Wait, hold on. Let me give you a shout out. Hold on. Shout out. Wait, what? That's not how you do a shout out. Shout out. Stars of Serene. Okay. There. Oh, and thank you so much for the follows. Hi. Welcome to the Holy Library. I'm Cassiel Aurelius. I'm your archangel librarian. I'm a variety streamer. I like talking about books. I'm playing a variety of story-driven games like visual novels, horror games, etc. And today we're reading Alice in Wonderland. Well, the sequel. Alice Through the Looking Glass. And yeah, we're on the chapter Humpty Dumpty, so that's why, if you wonder why the Humpty Dumpty there in the corner. How are you? I'm good. How was your stream? How are you doing? Okay, I really need to start getting well, maybe not in the reading streams, but I've been wanting to get one of those alert thingies that like show you what the person was streaming when someone raids you. I need to do that. But yeah, I hope you had a really good stream. It was pretty fun. It started getting really intense. Oh really? Wait, what were you doing? What were you playing? Hold on, maybe if I do the shadow thing, it might show me. I don't remember how to do the shadow thing though. Wait, is that how my shadow thing works? My other shadow thing? Oh! Okay, you were playing AI the Samu file. Oh! I feel like I've heard of that game before. Okay, it does sound really good. Is it kind of like a visual novel, maybe? I'm pretty sure I heard that title. I'm glad you had fun then. Okay, now I can remember my other shadow command. This story is crazy so far. Wow, really? What kind of story is it? Like, what kind of? Is it like a sci-fi, fantasy? It's like an interactive visual novel puzzle game. Oh, okay, I definitely need to check that out because I love visual novels. Even though I'm terrible at puzzles. I definitely need to check that one out. I can stop staring the Humpty Dumpty in the corner. It's sort of a futuristic mystery story set in Japan. Ooh. Okay, that definitely piques my interest. Definitely wanna try it sometime. It sounds really good. Just getting some coffee right now, even though it's all cold. Oh yeah, and of course, if you need to raid and run, you're more than welcome to. I understand can get very tired, but very tiring after a stream. But if y'all want to keep us company while we finish this book, then I hope you enjoy your stay. I definitely recommend it. Fair warned that it does show blood though. Oh! Well, I do play horror games, so that's fine. I can deal with a little bit of horror. Gore, I mean. Ay, thank you for the headphone, Monoji. I was half expecting to get turned bald right when I get Raiders. Traumatized, because it keeps happening before. Oh, thank you so much for the prayer. Very, very much appreciated. I need prayers for my throat right now. Because it keeps giving out. Ever since the start of the book for some reason. Well, actually, I know the reason. Because I didn't do my warm-ups. I forgot to do my warm-ups and I didn't get tea. Which was a mistake. I need to get prepared better for next time. Don't say that. You give me other ideas. No! Of course. Well, ideas like this. Of course I knew. Well, now you all can admire my little shiny head. Along with Humpty Dumpty, who's my twin over here. Oh my god. Oh, thank you for the Hydro Monoji. I do need it right now. I'm an egg that needs to be boiled in hot water. So bright my eyes. Blinding you with my beautiful shiny head. Hydrated. Yes. You're lucky I didn't make you bald first thing after the raid. Oh yeah, that was literally what I was talking about. I was kind of expecting that was gonna happen. But instead, I brought it to myself by giving you ideas. It's okay though. It's okay. Only allowing the egg redeem while we're on the Humpty Dumpty chapter. Then the egg privileges are gonna be gone again. But no, I was patient. Cassiel's ultimate attack, blind the enemies with his ball head. Super effective. You feel like a Pokemon. Yes, that's one of my powers. One of my angel powers. Blinding, making you have a scorch in your eyes with my searing light coming off my ball head. No, my egg privileges. Can we just stay on this chapter forever? We can't. Wait, actually, like, is Humpty Dumpty in the next chapter though? Maybe he isn't. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, time glitch. You only have like 2 pages left. Because we were in the middle of the poetry that Humpty Dumpty was reciting. Oh my god, what is happening here? I'm looking at the illustration in the book and I'm like, what is happening with Humpty Dumpty? Fine, I guess I'll maximize the What? I was too busy looking at the book. I didn't even notice I was already bald again. Okay. Let's continue trying to finish this chapter while I still have my bald head on. Okay, where did it left off? Oh yeah, it gets easier further on. Humpty Dumpty replied, I sent to them again to say, It will be better to obey. The fishes answered with a grin. Why, what a temper you're in. I told them once, I told them twice. They will not listen to advice. I took a kettle large and new, fit for the deed I had to do. My heart went hop, my heart went thump. I filled the kettle at the pond. Then someone came to me and said, the little fishes are in bed. I said to him, I said it plain, then you must wake them up again. I said it very loud and clear. I went and shouted in his ear. Humpty Dumpty raised his voice almost to a scream as he repeated this verse, and Alice thought with a shudder, I wouldn't have been the messenger for anything. But he was very stiff and proud. He said, you needn't shout so loud. And he was very proud and stiff. He said, I'd go and wake them if. I took a corkscrew from the shelf. I went to wake them up myself. And when I found the door was locked, I pulled and pushed and kicked and knocked. And when I found the door was shut, I tried to turn the handle, but there was a long pause. Is that all? Alice timidly asked. That's all, said Humpty Dumpty. Goodbye. This was rather sudden, Alice thought, but after such a very strong hint that she ought to be going, she felt that it would hardly be civil to stay. So she got up and held out her hand. Goodbye, till we meet again, she said as cheerfully as she could. I shouldn't know you again if we did meet, Humpty Dumpty replied in a discontented tone, giving her one of his fingers to shake. You're so exactly like other people. The face is what one goes by, generally, Alice remarked in a thoughtful tone. That's just what I complain of, said Humpty Dumpty. Your face is the same as everybody has, the two eyes, so. Marking their places in the air with his thumb, nose in the middle, mouth under, it's always the same. Now, if you have the two eyes on the same side of the nose, for instance, or the mouth at the top, that will be some help. It wouldn't look nice, Alice objected, but Humpty Dumpty only shut his eyes and said, wait till you tried. Alice waited a minute to see if he would speak again, but as he never opened his eyes or took any further notice of her, she said, goodbye, once more, and, getting no answer to this, she quietly walked away, but she couldn't help saying to herself as she went, of all the unsatisfactory. She repeated this aloud, as it was a great comfort to have such a long word to say. Of all the unsatisfactory people I ever met, she never finished the sentence, for at this moment, a heavy crash shook the forest from end to end. Followed to smack his bald head? What? Wait. Why are you promoting angel abuse? No! I was about to turn that out! You got it just in time, because I just finished the chapter. I thought it would be free. And that's why I used it. You were waiting so patiently. It's too bad the head pass still doesn't work at the same time. Sorry, True Chaos, I had to see him ball last time. Okay, I'm gonna Phantom head pass. Yes. I appreciate the haunted head pass. Hopefully it's gonna work though after my hair is back. I don't know, this routine's gonna be confusing sometimes. Humpty Dumpty stirred into my soul. Yay! Okay, now it's working. Thank you for the head pads. They're not phantom anymore. With his smug Roblox man face. Okay. No more egg. There, gone. That was the last one. Let's go. Yeah, you know the one. Oh yeah, wait, you mean the one that looks really okay. I think I know which one. Wait, let me look for it. What's it called? Roblox face. Literally looks like it. What? Wait, that's from I honestly didn't know that was from Roblox. I've seen it around, but I had no idea. I never made the connection that it was from Roblox. Hold on, trying to save it. Where is it? Oh my god, literally. That's literally his twin. Wow. Wow. The new discovery. Too bad I can't make that face with my model. Just gonna. Now we can be real twins. Now we can be real twins. Its resemblance is uncanny, yes. Okay, enough. Be gone, Humpty Dumpty. I don't want to see you anymore. Honestly, I don't know. I honestly thought that at the end of the chapter, screenshot it. You're gonna let everyone know. Also, it kind of looks like that Pixar face. Now that I think about it. my therapist, Roblox Smokehouse isn't real. He can't hurt you, Roblox Smokehouse. One day. Ah, no, my chat. Ah. What? My tab for chat got all messed up because I was moving around. No. Okay, now I can see. No, we're dead. It's okay, Pollitos. It's okay, Pollitos. I got it back. Panic, no, don't panic. Que no cunda el pánico. Once I find my Apple Pencil, Robo's mug podcast photo. Well, if you want to, I will not object. Go for it. Have fun. Let's make a science center of all cats. Why is that? How many pieces of art can you make of me being bald for a time? I guess you can give that for charity for people who are bald. Like me. God, Humpty Dumpty, his legacy will be remembered. No, I'm writing a novella focused on baldcast and how cool he is. Well, yes, I will support you wholeheartedly. I was actually thinking the other day, I'll know I made it if I ever find someone made a fanfiction of me. So technically that falls into fanfiction. So I will wholeheartedly support you in your endeavor of making a novella about my bald little head. and I'll definitely will read it. Need some water again. Okay. Okay. What if we do a full Sans Ayo but on casting his hairstyle? What? Not the Sans Ayo. Well, honest, I do have technically I do have a different hairstyle, but it's from my past self. Oh, thank you so much for the check-in. Also the prayer. Really appreciate it. But yeah, like I was saying, I technically do have a different hairstyle in my lore that you'll get to see. So I guess along with the baldness, I have 3 hairstyles, 3 hives. We got ball cast, long straight hairstyle, eldritch ice cast, ball cut cast. Wait, ball cut? What? Where did ball cut come from? Who's gonna make me ball cut? I mean, technically that would be accurate. I used to. In real life, I did had a kind of like a bowl cut at one time. So I guess pretty accurate. Bowl cut cast is the new AO. Oh, okay, I see. now I'm wondering how I look with a bowl cut. Bowl cut cast is canon. Technically, in the multiverse, it is canon. In this multiverse. I have drawn you before, so it shouldn't be too difficult to draw you draw Volker cast. This is interesting. This is becoming a whole project, I guess. I guess each of you can draw a different version of me. That's how the sign comes along. So we got Perla making Balmy. Well, yeah, she was doing the Balmy, right? And then Mononji, the ball cut me. Very, my talented pollitos. I support you. Which hairstyle is the cast that wears shades and does skateboarding tricks? Good question. I don't know. Maybe like a what's it called? Kind of like a punkish hairstyle. You know, kind of like Bai from Arcane. Like kind of short, very short and spiky, kind of like that. Mohawk cast. I was gonna say we all literally say the same, like almost the same thing. We share the brain cell. Me and the flock share a single brain cell. Like a kind of like a punkish style is what I was talking about. But yeah, Mohawk also counts in that regard. We lost it, but we share it. Very true, very true. I lost my brain cell in the war, in the holy war. Sharing is caring, yes. That's one of the rules in this holy library. Sharing is caring. Sharing is caring. Everyone who's here turns gay automatically. That's the other one. And you already knew that one. That my decree from the last stream. What's the other rule? Hugs. Lots of pollito hugs. That's also the other rule. I should start writing down the rules so I'll actually remember that. I'm looking through the rest of the book. Look at the illustrations. But now that I think about it, I did notice in the first book that there was never a mention of a birthday, and I was so sure the unbirthday thing had to do with the Mad Hatter, because at least that's what happens in the movie, that they had the unbirthday song. I used to have that song memorized, because I was obsessed with Alice in Wonderland movie. So it's interesting that the On Birthday is actually from the second book. I've been wondering this whole time, we're gonna see the older characters again, but we haven't seen any. It's just new characters now. Okay. Okay, just resting a little bit before we continue the next chapter. Sitting, yes. Okay, now we can continue. Chapter. Every time I look at the Roman numbers. I think it's 6, 7. Okay, yeah. Chapter real. They're so hard to understand. I mean, I already struggle with numbers in general because of this Falculia. This just makes it more confusing. 7, my furry number. Yay! Oh, really? Ah, good. My favorite number is actually 3. Okay. 7 for good luck. Alright. Now we continue. Chapter 7, The Lion and the Unicorn. The next moment, soldiers came running through the wood, at first in 2s and 3s, then 10 or 20 together, and at last in such crowds that they seemed to fill the whole forest. Alice got behind a tree, for fear of being run over, and watched them go by. She thought that in all her life she had never seen soldiers so uncertain on their feet. They were always tripping over something or other, and whenever one went down, and several more always fell over him, so that the ground was soon covered with little heaps of men. Then came the horses, having 4 feet. These managed better than the foot soldiers, but even they stumbled down then, and it seemed to be regular rule then that whenever a horse stumbled, the rider fell off instantly. The confusion got worse every moment, and Alice was very glad to get out of the wood into the open place, where she found the White King, seated on the ground, busily writing in his memorandum book. "Absent them all," the king cried in a tone of delight on seeing Alice. "Did you happen to meet any soldiers, my dear, as you came through the wood?" "Yes, I did," said Alice. "Several dozen, I should think." 4,207. That's the exact number, the king said, referring to his book. "I couldn't send all the horses, you know, because 2 of them are wanted in the game. And I haven't sent the 2 messengers either. They're both gone to the town. Just look along the road and tell me if you can see either of them." "I see nobody on the road," said Alice. "I only wish I had such eyes," the king remarked in a fretful tone, "to be able to see nobody. And at that distance too. Why, it's as much as I can do to see real people by this light." All this was lost on Alice, who was still looking intently along the road, shutting her eyes and with one hand. "I see somebody now," she exclaimed at last, "but he's coming very slowly. And what curious attitudes he goes into," for the messenger kept skipping up and down and ringing like an eel as he came along with his great hands spread out like fans on each side. "Not at all," said the king. "He's an Anglo-Saxon messenger, and those are Anglo-Saxon attitudes. He only does them when he's happy. His name is Haiga. He pronounces so as to rhyme with mayor." Hey, wait, how? Okay, that's a little bit confusing. Okay. "I love my love with an H." Alice couldn't help beginning. "Because he's happy. I hate him with an H because he's hideous. I fed him with ham sandwiches and hay. His name is Haiga, and he lives on the hill," the king remarked simply, without the least idea that he was joining in the game. But Alice was still hesitating for the name of a town beginning with H. "The other messengers call Hata. I must have 2, you know, to come and go. One to come and one to go." "I beg your pardon?" said Alice. "It isn't respectable to beg," said the king. "I only meant that I didn't understand," said Alice. "Why one to come and one to go?" "Didn't I tell you?" the king said impatiently. "I must have 2, to fetch and carry. One to fetch and one to carry." At this moment the messenger arrived. He was far too much out of breath to say a word, and could only wave his hands about and make the most fearful faces at the poor king. "This young lady loves you with an H," the king said, introducing Alice in the hope of turning off the messenger's attention from himself. But it was no use. The Anglo-Saxon attitude only got more extraordinary every moment, while the great eyes rolled widely from side to side. You alarm me, said the king. I feel faint. Give me a ham sandwich. On which the messenger, to Alice's great amusement, opened a bag that hung around his neck and handed a sandwich to the king, who devoured it greedily. Another sandwich, said the king. There's nothing but hay left now, the messenger said, peeping into the bag. Hay then, the king murmured in a faint whisper. Alice was glad to see that it revived him a good deal. There's nothing like eating hay when you're faint, he remarked to her as he munched away. I should think throwing cold water over you would be better, Alice suggested, or some salt volatile. I didn't say there was nothing better, the king replied. I said there was nothing like it, which Alice did not venture to deny. Who did you pass on the road? The king went on, holding out his hand to the messenger for some more hay. Nobody, said the messenger. Quite right, said the king. This young lady saw him too, so of course, nobody walks slower than you. I do my best, the messenger said in a sulky tone. I'm sure nobody walks much faster than I do. He can do that, said the king, or else he'd have been here first. However, now you got your breath, you may tell us what's happened in the town. I'll whisper it, said the messenger, putting his hands to his mouth in the shape of a trumpet, and stooping so as to get close to the king's ear. Alice was sorry for this, as she wanted to hear the news too. However, instead of whispering, he simply shouted at the top of his voice. They are at it again. Do you call that a whisper? Cried the poor king, jumping up and shaking himself. If you do such a thing again, I'll have you buttered. It went through and through my head like an earthquake. It will have to be a very tiny earthquake, thought Alice. Who are at it again? She ventured to ask. Why, the lion and the unicorn, of course, said the king. Fighting for the crown? Yes, to be sure, said the king. And the best of the joke is that it's my crown, all the while. Let's run and see them. And they trotted off, Alice repeating to herself as she ran the words of the old song. The lion and the unicorn were fighting for the crown. The lion beat the unicorn all around the town. Some gave them white bread, some gave them brown, some gave them plum cake and drummed them out of town. Does the one that wins get the crown? She asked, as well as she could, for the run was putting her quite out of breath. Dear me, no, said the king. What an idea! Would you be good enough, Alice panted out after running a little further, to stop a minute just to get one's breath again? I'm good enough, the king said. Only I'm not strong enough. You see, a minute goes by so fearfully quick. You might as well try to stop at a bandersnatch. Alice had no more breath for talking, so they trotted on in silence till they came in sight of a great crowd, in the middle of which the lion and unicorn were fighting. They were in such a cloud of dust that at first Alice could not make out which was which, but she soon managed to distinguish the unicorn by his horn. They placed themselves close to where Hada, the other messenger, was standing watching the fight, with a cup of tea in one hand and a piece of bread and butter in the other. He's only just out of prison, and he hadn't finished his tea when he was sent in, Haiga whispered to Alice. And they only gave them oyster shells in there, so you see he's very hungry and thirsty. How are you, dear child? He went on, putting his arm affectionately around Hata's neck. Hata looked around and nodded, and went on with his bread and butter. Were you happy in prison, dear child? Said Haiga. Hata looked around once more, and this time a tear or two trickled down his cheek, but not a word will he say. Speak, can't you? Haiga cried impatiently, but Hata only munched away, and drank some more tea. Speak, won't you? Cried the king. How are they getting on with the fight? Hata made a desperate effort, and swallowed a large piece of bread and butter. They're getting on very well, he said in a choking voice. Each of them has been down with 87 times. About 87 times. Then I suppose they'll soon bring the white bread and the brown? Alice ventured to remark. It's waiting for them now, said Hata. This is a bit of it as I'm eating. There was a pause in the fight just then, and the lion and unicorn sat down, panting, while the king called out, 10 minutes allowed for refreshments. Haiga and Hata set to work at once, carrying rough trays of white and brown bread. Alice took a piece to taste, but it was very dry. I don't think they'll fight any more today, the king said to Hata. Go and order the drums to begin. And Hata went bounding away like a grasshopper. For a minute or two, Alice stood silent, watching him. Suddenly, she reddened up. Look, look! She cried, pointing eagerly. There's the White Queen, running across the country. She came flying out of the wood over yonder. How fast the queens can run! There's some enemy after her, no doubt, the king said, without even looking around. The wood's full of them. But aren't you going to run and help her? Alice asked, very much surprised that he's taking it so quietly. No use, said the king. She runs so fearfully quick. You might as well try to catch and bandersnatch. But I'll make a memorandum about her, if you like. She's a dear good creature. He repeated softly to himself as he opened his memorandum book. Do you spell creature with a double E? At this moment, the unicorn sauntered by them, with his hands in his pocket. I had the best of it this time, he said to the king, just glancing at him as he passed. A little, the king replied, rather nervously. You shouldn't have run him through with your horn, you know. It didn't hurt him, the unicorn said carelessly, and he was going on when his eyes happened to fall upon Alice. He turned round rather instantly, and stood for some time looking at her with an air of deepest disgust. What is this? He said at last. This is a child, Hagar replied eagerly, coming in from in front of Alice to introduce her, and spreading out both his hands towards her in an Anglo-Saxon attitude. We only found it today. It's as large as life, and twice as natural. I always thought they were fabulous monsters, said the unicorn. Is it alive? It can talk, said Hagar solemnly. The unicorn looked dreamily at Alice and said, Talk, child. Alice could not help her lips curling up into a smile as she began. Do you know, I always thought unicorns were fabulous monsters too. I never saw one alive before. Well, now that we have seen each other, said the unicorn, if you believe in me, I'll believe in you. Is that a bargain? Yes, if you like, said Alice. Come, fetch out the plum cake, old man, the unicorn went on, turning from her to the king. None of your brown bread for me. Certainly, the king muttered, and beckoned to Hagar. Open the bag, he whispered. Quick, not that one, that's full of hay. Hagar took a large cake out of the bag, and gave it to Alice to hold, while he got out a dish and carving knife. How they all came out of it, Alice couldn't guess. It was just a conjuring trick, she thought. The lion had joined them while he was going on. He looked very tired and sleepy. His eyes were half shut. What's this? I said, blinking hazily at Alice, and speaking in a deep hollow tone that sounded like the tolling of a great bell. Ah, what is it now? The unicorn cried eagerly. You'll never guess. I couldn't. The lion looked at Alice worriedly. Are you animal, vegetable, or mineral? He said, yawning at every other word. It's a fabulous monster, the unicorn cried out, before Alice could reply. Then hand round the plum cake, monster, the lion said, laying down and putting his chin on his paws. And sit down, both of you. To the king and the unicorn. Fair play with the cake, you know. The king was evidently very uncomfortable at having to sit down between the two great creatures, but there was no other place for him. What a fight we might have for the crown now, the unicorn said, looking slyly up at the crown, which the poor king was nearly shaking off his head. He trembled so much. I should win easy, said the lion. I'm not so sure of that, said the unicorn. Why, I beat you all around the town, you chicken, the lion replied angrily, half getting up as he spoke. Here the king interrupted to prevent the quarrel going on. He was very nervous, and his voice quite quivered. All around the town, he said. That's a good long way. Did you go by the old bridge or the marketplace? Did you get the best view by the old bridge? I'm sure I don't know, the lion growled out as he lay down again. There was too much dust to see anything. What a time the monster is, cutting up the cake. Alice had seated herself on the bank of a little brook, with a great dish on her knees, and was sawing away diligently with a knife. It's very provoking, she said in reply to the lion. She was getting quite used to being called the monster. I've cut several slices already, but they always join on again. You don't know how to manage looking glasses cakes, the unicorn remarked. Hand it round first and cut it afterwards. This sounded nonsense, but Alice very obediently got up and carried the dish around, and the cake divided itself into 2 pieces as she did so. Now cut it up, said the lion, as she returned to her place with the empty dish. I say, this isn't fair, cried the unicorn, as Alice sat with the knife in her hand, very much puzzled how to begin. The monster has given the lion twice as much as me. She's get one for her, none for herself anyhow, said the lion. Do you like Plumpkin Monster? But before Alice could answer him, the drums began. Where the noise came from, she couldn't make out. The air seemed full of it, and it rang through and through her head, till she felt quite deafened. She started to her feet, and sprang across the little brook in her terror, and had just time to see the lion and the unicorn rise to their feet, with angry looks at being interrupted in their feast, before she dropped to her knees, and put her hands over her ears, vainly trying to shut out this dreadful uproar. If that doesn't drum them out of town, she thought to herself, nothing ever will. Okay, end of the chapter. I was just thinking, the way they talk about the queens when they move really fast, I'm guessing that's because of how when you play chess, the queen, like, you can make her move a lot. So I'm guessing that's what it's referring to, right? That's the only very little stuff about chess that I do remember. Ooh. Yeah, some little bit stuff that I do know about chess at least. But I do wanna try to. Queen is the most powerful piece because she can go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why they made her have that ability of like, running really fast. So it does make me wonder, like, what the other pieces, what it refers to when it comes to chess. Because, like I said, I only remember a few things. I do would like to learn more about all the little details on the story. I'm going to head off to bed. I hope you have a wonderful night. Bye. Okay, dear Chaos, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you rest well. Bye bye. I do see some horses on the illustration of the next chapter, so I wonder if it has to do with the horses in chess as well. Okay. Whoa, it's already gonna be 11? What? Whoa, okay. Oh my god. This is taking me longer than I was expecting. I guess because I've been having fun chatting as well in between chapters. Hopefully we're gonna manage to go through the presentation that I prepare. I'm gonna try not to make the talk too long on the presentation at least. Thank you for the hydrate emoji. Oh, thank you for the stretch as well. Okay, let me get my agua first, and then I'll do the stretching. I was saying this earlier on the stream, but I'm wondering if I should also add like a posture check redeem, because I'm always having my little shrimp position on stream, especially when I'm reading or playing a game. Okay, stretch. Yeah. I remember I saw someone who has like a combined redeem. I don't remember what they called it, but it was basically like that redeem was for hydrate, stretch, and posture check. I think it was like for all three. Something about like self-care redeem or something like that. Maybe I should do that. That way I'll feel more like a little Tamagotchi. Well, good thing tomorrow I actually have the day off, so have to worry too much about finishing the stream late, like I will have if it hadn't been the case. Also, I don't know y'all got to see, I posted on Twitter, but our next book club pig for the next time we get to read after we finish this one, I was thinking we should do Pride and Prejudice, because I thought it would be fitting since, you know, February is romance time, so, and I've always wanted to read Pride and Prejudice, so it would be a good excuse to finally make myself sit down and read it. Although that one definitely will take more than one stream though, because it's a lot bigger. But yeah, that's gonna be our next book club pick. I was literally thinking about that book earlier. Really, Manaji? What were you thinking about it? Have you read it before? Or do you like the movie? I wanted to read it too. Oh, good. Okay, that's perfect then. That is a good excuse for all of us to read it together. And I would love to watch the movie version after we finish the book. I've also been wanting to watch it for the longest time. And actually, I've been told about reading a retelling. There's a queer retelling of Pride and Prejudice where one of the characters is a gay trans man. I've been wanting to read it for the longest time, so I also want to read that later in the year. But I want to read Pride and Prejudice first, so I can see the difference, you know. So yes, I'm excited. I'm really glad that I mean, I've been wanting to do streams like this since last year. But for some reason, so many things happen that I just never go around to it. So I'm really happy that I finally pushed myself to actually do these kind of streams, because I'm really liking them so far. I really have fun being able to read books with all of you. Yay! Okay. Now, next chapter. Trying to again struggling with the Roman number. I think it's 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8. Next chapter. Chapter 8. It's my own invention. After a while, the noise seemed gradually to die away, till all was dead silence, and Alice lifted up her head in some alarm. There was no one to be seen, and her first thought was that she must have been dreaming about the lion and the unicorn, and those queer Anglo-Saxon messengers. However, there was a great dish still lying at her feet, on which she had tried to cut the plum cake. So, I wasn't dreaming after all, she said to herself. Unless we're all part of the same dream. Only, I do hope it's my dream, and not the Red King's. I don't like belonging to another person's dream, she went on in another complaining tone. I have a great mind to go and waking, and see what happens. At this moment, her thoughts were interrupted by a loud shouting of, "Ahoy! Ahoy! Check!" And a knight dressed in crimson armor came galloping down upon her, brandishing a great club. Just as he reached her, the horse stopped suddenly. "You are my prisoner," the knight cried, as he tumbled off his horse. Startled as she was, Alice was more frightened for him than for herself at the moment, and watched him with some anxiety as he mounted again. As soon as he was comfortably in the saddle, he began once more, "You are mine," but here another voice broke in, "Ahoy! Ahoy! Check!" And Alice looked around in some surprise for the new enemy. This time it was a white knight. He drew up at Alice's side, and tumbled off his horse just as the Red Knight had done. Then he got on again, and the two knights sat and looked at each other for some time, without speaking. Alice looked from one to the other in some bewilderment. "She's my prisoner, you know," the Red Knight said at last. "Yes, but then I came and rescued her," the White Knight replied. "Well, we must fight for her then," said the Red Knight, as he took up his helmet, which hung from the saddle and was something the shape of a horse's head, and put it on. "You will observe the rules of battle, of course," the White Knight remarked, putting on his helmet too. "I always do," said the Red Knight, and they began banging away at each other with such a fury that Alice got behind a tree to be out of the way of the blows. "I wonder now what the rules of battle are," she said to herself, as she watched the fight, timidly peeping out from her hiding place. "One rule seems to be that if one knight hits the other, he knocks him off his horse, and if he misses, he tumbles off himself. Another rule seems to be that they hold their clubs with their arms, as if they were Punch and Judy. What a noise they make when they tumble, just like a whole set of fire irons falling into the fender. And how quiet the horses are. They let them get on and off then just as if they were tables." Another rule of battle that Alice had not noticed seemed to be that they always fell on their heads, and the battle ended with their both falling off in this way, side by side. When they got up again, they shook hands, and then the Red Knight mounted and galloped off. "It was a glorious victory, wasn't it?" said the White Knight, as he came up panting. "I don't know," Alice said dolefully. "I don't want to be anybody's prisoner. I want to be a queen." "So you will, when you have crossed the next brook," said the White Knight. "I'll see you safe to the end of the wood, and then I must go back, you know. That's the end of my move." "Thank you very much," said Alice. "May I help you over your helmet?" It was evidently more than he could manage by himself. However, she managed to shake him out of it at last. "Now one can breathe more easily," said the knight, putting back his shaggy hair with both hands, and turning his gentle face, large mild eyes to Alice. She thought she had never seen such a strange-looking soldier in all her life. He was dressed in tin armor, which seemed to fit him very badly, and had a queer-shaped little deal box fastened across his shoulder, upside down, and with the lid hanging open. Alice looked at it with great curiosity. "I see you admire my little box," the knight said in a friendly tone. "It's my own invention, to keep clothes and sandwiches in. You see, I carry it upside down, so the rain can get in." "But the things can't get out," Alice gently remarked. Do you know the lid's open?" "I didn't know it," the knight said, a shadow of vexation passing over his face. "Then all the things must have fallen out, and the box is no use without them." He unfastened it as he spoke, and was just going to throw it into the bushes, when a sudden thought seemed to strike him, and he hung it carefully in a tree. "Can you guess why I did that?" he said to Alice. Alice shook her head. "In hopes some bees may make a nest in it. Then I should get the honey." "But you got a beehive, or something like one, fastened to the saddle," said Alice. "Yes, it's a very good beehive," the knight said in a discontented tone. "One of the best kind, but one..." My voice is very giving out. "One of the best kind, but not a single bee has come near it yet. And the other thing is a mouse trap. I suppose the mice keep the bees out, or the bees keep the mice out. I don't know which." "I was wondering what the mouse trap was for," said Alice. "It isn't very likely there will be any mice on the horse's back." "Not very likely, perhaps," said the knight. "But if they do come, I don't choose to have them running all about. You see," he went on after a pause, "it's as well to be provided for everything. That's the reason the horse has all those anklets around his feet." "But what are they for?" Alice asked in a tone of great curiosity. "To guard against the bites of sharks," the knight replied. "It's an invention of my own. And now help me on. I'll go with you to the end of the wood. What's the dish for?" "It's meant for plum cake," said Alice. "We'd better take it with us," the knight said. "It will come in handy if we find any plum cake. Help me to get it into this bag." This took a very long time to manage, though Alice held the bag open very carefully, because the knight was so very awkward in putting in the dish. The first 2 of the 3 times that he tried, he fell in himself instead. "It's rather a tight fit, you see," he said, as they got it in at last. "There's so many candlesticks in the bag. and he hung it to the saddle, which was already loaded with bunches of carrots and free irons and many other things. I hope you got your hair well fastened on. Oh, I hope you get your hair well fastened on, he continued as they set off. Only the usual way, Alice said, smiling. That's hardly enough, he said anxiously. You see, the wind is so very strong here. It's as strong as soup. Have you invented a plan for keeping the hair from being blown off? Alice inquired. Not yet, said the knight. But I've got a plan for keeping it from falling off. I should like to hear it very much. First, you take an upright stick, said the knight. Then you make your hair creep up it, like a fruit tree. Now, the reason hair falls off is because it hangs down. Things never fall upwards, you know. It's a plan of my own invention. You may try it if you like. It didn't sound a comfortable plan, Alice thought, and for a few minutes... I had a good time working on personal plugs while listening to you read, but I'm going to bed now. Night, everyone. Good night, Taglish. Thank you so much for stopping by. And thank you for the hug. I hope you sleep well. Night, night. It didn't sound a comfortable plan, Alice thought, and for a few minutes she walked on in silence, puzzling over the idea, and every now and then stopping to help the poor knight, who certainly was not a good rider. Whenever the horse stopped, which it did very often, he fell off in front, and whenever it went on again, which it generally did rather suddenly, he fell off behind. Otherwise, he kept on pretty well, except that he had a habit of now and then falling off the sideways. And as he generally did this on the side on which Alice was walking, she soon found that it was the best plan not to walk quite close to the horse. I'm afraid you have not had much of practice in your riding, she ventured to say, as she was helping him from his fifth tumble. The knight looked very much surprised, and a little offended at the remark. What makes you say that? He asked. As he scrambled back into the saddle, keeping hold of Alice's hair with one hand, to save himself from falling over on the other side. Because people don't fall off quite so often when they've had so much practice. I had plenty of practice, the knight said very gravely. Plenty of practice. Alice could think of nothing better to say than indeed, but she said it as heartily as she could. They went on a little way in silence after this, the knight with his eyes shut, muttering to himself, and Alice watching anxiously for the next tumble. The great art of riding, the knight suddenly began in a loud voice, waving his right arm as he spoke, is to keep... Here the sentence ended as soon as it had begun, as the knight fell heavily on the top of his head, exactly in the path where Alice was walking. She was quite frightened this time, and said in an anxious tone, as she picked him up, I hope no bones were broken? No, none to speak of, the knight said, as he didn't mind breaking 2 or 3 of them. The great art of riding, as I was saying, is to keep your balance properly, like this, you know? He let go the bridle and stretched out both his arms to show Alice what he meant, and this time he fell flat on his back, right under the horse's feet. Plenty of practice, he went on repeating, all the time that Alice was getting him on his feet again. Plenty of practice. It's too ridiculous, cried Alice, losing her patience this time. You ought to have a wooden horse and wheels, that you ought. Does that kind go smoothly? The knight asked in a tone of great interest, clapping his arms around the horse's neck as he spoke, just in time to save himself from tumbling off again. Much more smoothly than a live horse, Alice said, with a little scream of laughter, in spite of all she could do to prevent it. I'll get one, the knight said thoughtfully to himself. 1 or 2, several. There was a short silence after this, and then the knight went on again. I'm a great hand inventing things. Now, I dare say you noticed the last time you picked me up that I was looking rather thoughtful? You were a little grave, said Alice. Well, just then I was inventing a new way of getting over a gate. Would you like to hear it? Very much indeed, Alice said politely. I'll tell you how I came to think of it, said the knight. You see, I said to myself, the only difficulty is with the feet, and the head is high enough already. Now, first, I put my head on the top of the gate, then I stand on my head, then the feet are high enough, you see? Then I'm over, you see? Yes, I'm supposed to be over when that was done, Alice said thoughtfully. But don't you think it will be rather hard? I haven't tried it yet, the knight said gravely, so I can't tell for certain, but I'm afraid it will be a little hard. He looked so vexed at the idea that Alice changed the subject hastily. "What a curious helmet you got," she said cheerfully. "Is that your invention too?" The knight looked down proudly at his helmet, which hung from the saddle. "Yes," he said, "but I've invented a better one than that, like a sugar loaf. When I used to wear it, if I fell off the horse, it always touched the ground directly, so I had a very little way to fall, you see? But there was danger of falling into it, to be sure. That happened to me once, and the worst of it was, before I could get it again, the other white knight came and put it on. He thought it was his own helmet." The knight looked so sullen about it that Alice did not dare to laugh. "I'm afraid you must have hurt him," she said in a trembling voice, "being on top of his head." "I had to kick him, of course," the knight said, very seriously, and then he took the helmet off again. "But it took hours and hours to get me out. I was as fast as lightning, you know." "But that's different kind of fastness," Alice objected. The knight shook his head. It was all kinds of fastness with me, I can assure you," he said. He raised his hands in some excitement as he said this, and instantly rolled out of the saddle and fell headlong into a deep ditch. Alice ran to the side of the ditch to look for him. She was rather startled by the fall, as for some time he had kept on very well, and she was afraid that he really was hurt this time. However, though she could see nothing but the soles of his feet, she was much relieved to hear that he was talking on in his usual tone. "All kinds of fastness," he repeated, but it was careless of him to put another man's helmet on, with the man in it too. "How can you go on talking so quietly, head downwards?" Alice asked, as she dragged him out by the feet, and laid him in a heap on the bank. The knight looked surprised at the question. "What does it matter where my body happens to be?" he said. "My mind goes on working all the same. In fact, the more head downwards I am, the more I keep inventing new things." "Now the cleverest thing of the sort that I ever did," he went on after a pause, "was inventing a new pudding during the mid-course." "In time to have it cooked for the next course?" said Alice. "Well, not the next course," the knight said in a slow, thoughtful tone. "No, certainly not the next course." "Then it will have be the next day, I suppose. You wouldn't have two puddings first in one dinner?" "Well, not the next day," the knight repeated as before. "Not the next day, in fact," he went on, holding his head down, and his voice getting lower and lower. "I don't believe that pudding ever was cooked. In fact, I don't believe the pudding ever will be cooked. And yet it was very clever pudding to invent." "What do you mean it to be made of?" Alice asked, hoping to cheer him up, for the poor knight seemed quite low-spirited about it. "It began with blotting paper," the knight answered with a groan. "That wouldn't be very nice, I'm afraid." "Not very nice alone," he interrupted quite eagerly. "But you have no idea what a difference it makes mixing it with other things, such as gunpowder and sealing wax. And here I must leave you." They had just come to the end of the wood. Alice could only look puzzled as she was thinking of the pudding. "You're sad," the knight said in an anxious tone. "Let me sing you a song to comfort you." "Is it very long?" Alice asked, for she had heard a good deal of poetry that day. "It's long," said the knight, "but very, very beautiful. Everybody that hears me sing it, either it brings the tears into their eyes, or else what?" said Alice, for the knight had made a sudden pause. "Or else it doesn't, you know. The name of the song is called Haddock's Eyes." "Oh, that's the name of the song, is it?" Alice said, trying to feel interested. "No, you don't understand," the knight said, looking a little vexed. "That's what the name is called. The name really is the H.H. Man." "Then I ought to have said that's what the song is called?" Alice corrected herself. "No, you oughtn't. That's quite another thing. The song is called Ways and Means, but that's only what it's called, you know." "Well, what is the song then?" said Alice, who was by this time completely bewildered. "I was coming to that," the knight said. "The song really is a sitting on a gate, and the tune's my own invention." So saying, he stopped his horse and let the reins fall on its neck. Then, slowly beating time with one hand, and with a faint smile lighting up his gentle, foolish face, as if he enjoyed the music of his song, he began. Of all the strange things that Alice saw in her journey through the looking-glass, this was the one that she always remembered most clearly. Years afterwards, she could bring the whole scene back again, as if it had been only yesterday. The mild blue eyes and kindly smile of the king, of the knight, the setting sun gleaming through his hair and shining on his armor in a blaze of light that quite dazzled her, the horse quietly moving about, with the reins hanging loose on his neck, cropping the grass at her feet, and the black shadows of the forest behind. All this she took in like a picture, as, with one hand shading her eyes, she leant against a tree, watching the strange pair, and listening in half-dream to the melancholy music of the song. But the tune isn't his own invention, she said to herself. Is, I give thee all I can, no more. She stood and listened, very attentively, but no tears came into her eyes. I'll tell thee everything I can, there's little to relate, as an H. man is sitting on a gate. Who are you, H. man? I said, and how is it you live? And his answer trickled through my head like water through a sieve. He said, I look for butterflies, asleep among the weed. I make them into mutton pies and sell them in the street. I sell them unto men, he said, who sail on stormy seas, and that's the way I get my bread, a trifle, if you please. But I was thinking of a plan to dye one's whiskers green, and always use so large a fan that they could not be seen. So having no reply to give to what the old man said, I cried, Come, tell me how you live, and thumped him on the head. His accents mild took up the tale. He said, I go my ways, and when I find a mountain rill, I set it in a blaze, and thence they make a stuff they call Roland's Macassar oil. Yet 2 pence, halfpennies all, they give me for my toil. But I was thinking of a way to feed oneself on batter, and so go on from day to day, getting a little fatter. I shook him well from side to side, until his face was blue. Come, tell me how you live, I cried, and what it is you do. He said, I hunt for haddocks' eyes, among the heather bright, and work them into waistcoat buttons in the silent night. And this I do not sell for gold, or coin of silvery shine, but for a copper halfpenny, and that will purchase 9. I sometimes dig for butter rolls, or set lime twigs for crabs. I sometimes search for greasy knolls, for wheels of handsome crabs. And that's the way, he gave a wink, by which I get my wealth, and very gladly will I drink your honor's noble health. I heard him then, for I had just completed my design, to keep the Menai bridge from rust, by boiling it in wine. I thanked him much for telling me the way he got his wealth, but chiefly for his wish that he might drink my noble health. And now, if ever by chance I put my fingers into glue, or madly squeeze a right-hand foot into a left-hand shoe, or if I drop with my toe, a very heavy weight, I weep, for it reminds me so of that old man I used to know, whose look was mild, whose speech was slow, whose hair was whiter than the snow, whose face was very like a crow, with eyes like cinders all aglow, who seemed distracted with his woo, who rocked his body to and fro, and muttered mumblingly and low, as if his mouth were full of dough, who snorted like a buffalo that summer evening long ago, as sitting on a gate. As the knight sang the last words of the ballad, he gathered up the reins and turned his horse's head along the road by which they had come. You have only a few years to go, he said, down the hill and over the little brook, and then you'll be a queen. Will you stay and see me off first? He added, as Alice turned with an eager look in the direction to which he pointed. I shan't be long. You'll wait and wave your handkerchief when I get to that turning in the road? I think it will encourage me, you see. Of course I'll wait, said Alice, and thank you very much for coming so far, and for the song. I liked it very much. I hope so, the knight said doubtfully, but you didn't cry, so much as I thought you would. So they shook hands, and then the knight rode slowly away into the forest. It won't take long to see him off, I expect, Alice said to herself, as she stood watching him. There he goes, bowing his head as usual. However, he gets on again pretty easily. That comes of having so many things hung around the horse. So she went on talking to herself, as she watched the horse walking leisurely along the road, and the knight trundling off, first on one side and then on the other. After the 4th or 5th tumble, he reached the turn, and then she waved her handkerchief to him, and waited till he was out of sight. I hope it encouraged him, she said, as she turned to run down the hill. And now for the last brook, and to be a queen. How grand it sounds. And very few steps brought her to the edge of the brook. The 8th square at last, she cried as she bounded across, and threw herself down to rest on a lawn as soft as moss, with little flower beds dotted about it here and there. Oh, how glad I am to get here. And what is this on my head? She exclaimed in a tone of dismay as she put her hands up to something very heavy and fitted right all around her head. But how can he have got there without my knowing it? She said to herself as she lifted it off and set it on her lap to make out what it could possibly be. It was a golden crown. Sorry, I reacted when I saw the picture. She really became a queen. Whoa. I didn't know this happened. What does it mean for her to be a queen? What's gonna happen? Oh my god. We're so close to the ending now. Just a little bit more Rapollitos. Thank you for still sticking by though. I know this is a very long three-way chess. Yeah, I'm really confused. That's true, there's gonna be 3 queens. Is that even possible? Or does that mean she dethroned one of the queens? Interesting. I keep thinking I maybe should have started the stream sooner because I did have a suspicion this was gonna be very long. But I was like, no, it's okay. Because we did with, at least last time, I feel like I was able to not be as long, but but yes, I really appreciate you all sticking so long on my stream. We're almost done. Almost done! Okay. Wait, I'm trying to see. This is chapter 9. Well, actually, some chapters are like super short. So I think for these last chapters, I'm just gonna power through them. If that makes sense. I'm gonna read through all of it without stopping. So we can get it done. And then and then I guess go have the little my slides, but I'll try not to make it too long though, because I know you're probably already tired. You can do it, thank you, Clover. I do need more water though. Okay. Oh my god, I'm almost done with my water is almost gone. Thank you for the head pat, Perla. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Okay. Now, chapter 9. Queen Alice. Well, this is grand, said Alice. I never expected I should be a queen so soon. And I'll tell you what it is, Your Majesty. She went on in a severe tone. She was always rather fond of scolding herself. It will never do for you to be lolling about on the grass like that. Queens have to be dignified, you know? So she got up and walked about, rather stiffly just at first, as she was afraid that the crown might come off. But she comforted herself with the thought that there was nobody to see her. And if I really am a queen, she said as she sat down again, I shall be able to manage it well in time. Everything was happening so oddly that she didn't feel a bit of surprise at finding the Red Queen and the White Queen sitting close to her, one on each side. She would have liked very much to ask them how they came there, but she feared it would not be quite civil. However, there would be no harm, she thought, in asking if the game was over. Please, would you tell me, she began, looking timidly at the Red Queen. Speak when you're spoken to, the Queen sharply interrupted her. But if everybody obeyed that rule, said Alice, who was always ready for a little argument, and if you only spoke when you were spoken to, and the other person always waited for you to begin, you see nobody will ever say anything, so that... Ridiculous, cried the Queen. Why, don't you see, child? Here she broke off with a frown, and, after thinking for a minute, suddenly changed the subject of the conversation. What do you mean by if you really are a queen? What right have you to call yourself so? You can't be a queen, till you have passed the proper examination. And the sooner we begin it, the better. I only said if, poor Alice put in a piteous tone. The two queens looked at each other, and the Red Queen remarked with a little shudder. She says she only said if. But she said a great deal more than that, the White Queen moaned, wringing her hands. Oh, ever so much more than that. So you did, the Red Queen said to Alice. I will speak the truth. Think before you speak, and write it down afterwards. I'm sure I didn't mean, Alice was beginning, but the Red Queen interrupted her impatiently. That's just what I complain of. You should have meant. What do you mean? What do you suppose is the use of a child without any meaning? Even a joke should have some meaning, and a child's more important than a joke, I hope. You couldn't deny that, even if you tried with both hands. I don't deny things with my hands, Alice objected. Nobody said you did, said the Red Queen. I said you couldn't if you tried. She's in that state of mind, said the White Queen, that she wants to deny something, only she doesn't know what to deny. A nasty, vicious temper, the Red Queen remarked, and then there was an uncomfortable silence for a minute or two. The Red Queen broke the silence by saying to the White Queen, I invite you to Alice's dinner party this afternoon. The White Queen smiled feebly and said, and I invite you. I didn't know I was to have a party at all, said Alice. But if there is to be one, I think I ought to invite the guest. We gave you the opportunity of doing it, the Red Queen remarked. But I dare say you have not had many lessons in manners yet. Manners are not taught in lessons, said Alice. Lessons teach you to do sums, and things of that sort. And you do addition? The White Queen asked. What's 1 and 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 1? I don't know, said Alice. I lose count. She can do addition, the Red Queen interrupted. Can you do subtraction? Take 9 from 8. 9 from 8 I can't, Alice replied very rudely. But she can do subtraction, said the Queen. Can you do division? Divide a loaf by a knife. What's the answer to that? I suppose, Alice was beginning, but the Red Queen answered for her. Bread and butter, of course. Try another subtraction sum. Take a bone from a dog. What remains? Alice considered. The bone wouldn't remain, of course, if I took it, and the dog wouldn't remain. It will come to bite me, and I'm sure I shouldn't remain. Then you think nothing will remain? Said the Red Queen. I think that's the answer. Wrong, as usual, said the Red Queen. The dog's temper will remain. But I don't see how. Why? You look here. The Red Queen cried. The dog would lose his temper, wouldn't it? Perhaps it would, Alice replied cautiously. Then if the dog went away, his temper would remain, the Queen exclaimed triumphantly. Alice said as gravely as she could. They might go different ways, but she couldn't help thinking to herself, what dreadful nonsense we are talking. She can do sums a bit, the Queen said together, with great emphasis. Can you do sums? Alice said, turning suddenly on the White Queen, for she didn't like being fooled with so much. The Queen gasped and shut her eyes. I can do addition, if you give me time, but I can't do subtraction under any circumstances. Of course you know your ABC, said the Red Queen. To be sure I do, said Alice. So do I, the White Queen whispered. We'll often say it over together, dear, and I'll tell you a secret. I can read words on one letter. Isn't that grand? However, don't be discouraged, you'll come to it in time. Here the Red Queen began again. Can you answer useful questions? She said. How is bread made? I know that, Alice cried eagerly. You take some flour. Where do you pick the flour? The White Queen asked. In a garden or in the hedges? Well, it isn't picked at all, said Alice explained. It's ground. How many acres of ground? Said the White Queen. You mustn't leave out so many things. Fan her head, the Red Queen anxiously interrupted. She'll be feverish after so much thinking. So they set to work and fanned her with bunches of leaves, till she had to beg them to leave off. It blew her hair about so. She's all right again now, said the Red Queen. Do you know languages? What's the French for fiddle-dee-dee? Fiddle-dee-dee is not English, Alice replied gravely. Who ever said it was? Said the Red Queen. Alice thought she saw a way out of the difficulty this time. If you'll tell me that language fiddle-dee-dee is, I'll tell you the French for it, she exclaimed shamefully. But the Red Queen drew herself up rather stiffly and said, Queens never make more gains. I wish queens never asked questions, Alice thought to herself. Don't let us quarrel, the White Queen said in anxious tone. What is the cause of lighting? The cause of lighting, Alice said very decidedly. Or, she felt quite certain about this, is it thunder? No, no, she said hastily, correcting herself. I meant the other way. It's too late to correct it, said the Red Queen. When you have once said a thing, that fixes it, and you must take the consequences. Which reminds me, the White Queen said, looking down and nervously clasping and unclasping her hands. We had such a thunderstorm last Tuesday. I mean one of the last set of Tuesdays, you know. Alice was puzzled. In our country, she remarked, there's only one day at a time. The Red Queen said, that's poor, thin way of doing things. Now here, we mostly have days and nights 2 or 3 at a time, and sometimes in the winter we take as many as 5 nights together, for warmth, you know. Are 5 nights warmer than 1 night then? Alice ventured to ask. 5 times as warm, of course. But they should be 5 times as cold by the same rule. Just so, cried the Red Queen. 5 times as warm and 5 times as cold, just as I'm 5 times as rich as you are, and 5 times as clever. Alice sighed and gave it up. It's exactly like a riddle with no answer, she thought. Humpty Dumpty sighed too. The White Queen went on in a low voice, more as she were talking to herself. He came to the door with a corkscrew in his hand. What did he want? Said the Red Queen. He said he would come in. The White Queen went on, because he was looking for a hippopotamus. Now, as it happened, there wasn't such a thing in the house that morning. Is there generally? Alice asked in an astonished tone. Well, only on Thursdays, said the Queen. I know what he came for, said Alice. He wanted to punish the fish because... Here the White Queen began again. It was such a thunderstorm you can't think. She never could, you know, said the Red Queen, and part of the roof came off, and ever so much thunder got in, and it went rolling around the room in great lumps, and knocking over the tables and things, till I was so frightened I couldn't remember my own name. Alice thought to herself, I never should try to remember my name in the middle of an accident. Where will be the use of it? But she did not say this aloud, for fear of hurting the poor Queen's feelings. Your Majesty must excuse her, the Red Queen said to Alice, taking one of the White Queen's hands in her own and gently stroking it. She means well, but she can help saying foolish things, as a general rule. The White Queen looked timidly at Alice, who felt she ought to say something kind, but really couldn't think of anything at the moment. She never was really well brought up, the Red Queen went on, but it's amazing how good-tempered she is. Pat her on the head and see how pleased she'll be. But it was more than Alice had courage to do. A little kindness and putting her hair in papers will do wonders with her. The White Queen gave a deep sigh and laid her head on Alice's shoulder. I am so sleepy, she moaned. She's tired, poor thing, said the Red Queen. Smooth her hair, lend her your nightcap, and sing her a soothing lullaby. I haven't got a nightcap with me, said Alice, as she tried to obey the first direction, and I don't know any soothing lullabies. I must do it myself then, said the Red Queen, and she began. Hush-a-bye, lady, in Alice's lap. Till the feast's ready, we have time for a nap. When the feast's over, we'll go to the ball. Red Queen and White Queen and always a nap. And now you know the words, she added, as she put her head down on Alice's other shoulder. Just sing it through to me. I'm getting sleepy too. In another moment, both queens were fast asleep and snoring loud. What am I to do? Exclaimed Alice, looking about in great perplexity as first one round head and then the other rolled down from her shoulder and lay like a heavy lump on her lap. I don't think it ever happened before that anyone had to take care of 2 queens asleep at once. No, not in the history of England. It couldn't, you know, because there never was more than one queen at a time. Do wake up, you heavy things. She went on in an impatient tone, but there was no answer but a gentle snoring. The snoring got more distinct every minute and sounded more like a tune. At last she could even make out the words, and she listened so eagerly that, when the 2 great heads vanished from her lap, she hardly missed them. She was standing before an arched doorway over which were the words, Queen Alice, in large letters, and on each side of the ark there was a bell handle. One was marked Visitor's Bell, and the other Servant's Bell. I'll wait till the song's over, thought Alice, and then I'll ring Which bell must I ring? She went on, very much puzzled by the names. I'm not a visitor, and I'm not a servant. There ought to be one marked Queen, you know? Just then the door opened a little way, and a creature with a long beak put its head out for a moment and said, No admittance till a week after next, and shut the door again with a bang. Alice knocked and rang in vain for a long time, but alas, a very old frog was sitting under a tree, got up and hobbled slowly toward her. He was dressed in bright yellow and had enormous boots on. What is it now? The frog said in a deep hoarse whisper. Alice turned around, ready to find fault with anybody. Where's the servant whose business is to serve? Answer the door, she began angrily. Which door? Said the frog. Alice almost stamped in with irritation at the slow drawl in which he spoke. This door, of course. The frog looked at the door with his large dull eyes for a minute. Then he went nearer and rubbed it with his thumb, as if he were trying whether the paint would come off. Then he looked at Alice. To answer the door? He said. What's been asking of? He was so hoarse that Alice could scarcely hear him. I don't know what you mean, she said. I talk English, doesn't I? The frog went on. Or are you deaf? What did he ask you? Nothing, Alice said impatiently. I've been knocking at it. Shouldn't do that, the frog muttered. Vexed said, you know. Then he went up and gave the door a kick with one of his great feet. You let it alone, he panted out as he hobbled back to his tree. And it will let you alone, you know. At this moment, the door was flung open, and a shrill voice was heard singing. To the looking-glass world, it was Alice that said, I have a spectre in hand, and I have a crown in my head. Let the looking-glass creatures, whatever they be, come and dine with the Red Queen, the White Queen, and me. And hundreds of voices joined in the chorus. Then fill up the glasses as quick as you can, and sprinkle the table with buttons and bran. Put cats in the coffee and mice in the tea, and welcome Queen Alice with 30 times 3. Then followed a confused noise of cheering, and Alice thought to herself, 30 times 3 makes 90. I wonder if anyone's counting. In a minute there was silence again, and the same shrill voice sang another verse. O looking-glass creatures, quoth Alice, draw near. 'Tis an honor to see me, a favor to hear. 'Tis a privilege high to have dinner and tea, along with the Red Queen, the White Queen, and me. Then came the chorus again. Then fill up the glasses with treacle and ink, or anything else that is pleasant to drink. Mix sand with the cider, and wool with the wine, and welcome Queen Alice with 90 times 9. 90 times 9, Alice repeated in despair. Oh, that will never be done. I'd better go in at once. And there was a dead silence the moment she appeared. Alice glanced nervously along the table. She walked up the large hall, and noticed that there were about 50 guests, of all kinds. Some were animals, some birds, and there were even a few flowers among them. I'm glad they have come without waiting to be asked, she thought. I should have never known who were the right people to invite. There were 3 chairs at the head of the table. The Red and White Queens had already taken 2 of them, but the middle one was empty. Alice sat down in it, rather uncomfortable in the silence, and longing for someone to speak. At last the Red Queen began. You missed the soup and fish, she said. Put on the joint. And the waiter set a leg of mutton before Alice, who looked at it rather anxiously, as she had never had to carve a joint before. You look a little shy. Let me introduce you to a leg of mutton, said the Red Queen. Alice, mutton. Mutton, Alice. The leg of mutton got up in the dish and made a little bow to Alice, and Alice returned the bow, not knowing whether to be frightened or amused. May I give you a slice? She said, taking up the knife and fork, and looking from one queen to the other. Certainly not, the Red Queen said, very decidedly. It isn't etiquette to cut anyone who's been introduced to. Remove the joint. And the waiter scattered off, and brought a large plum pudding in its place. Won't be introduced to the pudding, please? Alice said rather hastily, or we shall get no dinner at all. May I give you some? But the Red Queen looked sulky and growled. Pudding, Alice. Alice, pudding. Remove the pudding. And the waitress took it away so quickly that Alice couldn't return its bow. However, she didn't see why the Red Queen should be the only one to give orders. So, as an experiment, she called out, Waiter, bring back the pudding. And there it was again in a moment, like a conjuring trick. It was so large that she couldn't help feeling a little shy with it, as she had been with the mutton. However, she conquered her shyness by a great effort and cut a slice and handed it to the Red Queen. What impertinence, said the pudding. I wonder how you like it if I were to cut a slice out of you, you creature. It spoke in a thin, sooty sort of voice, and Alice hadn't a word to say in reply. She could only sit and look at it and gasp. Make a remark, said the Red Queen. It's ridiculous to leave all the conversation to the pudding. Do you know I have such a quantity of poetry repeated to me today? Said Alice. Alice began, a little frightened at finding that, the moment she opened her lips, there was dead silence, and all eyes were fixed upon her. And it is a very curious thing, I think. Every poem was about fishes in some way. Do you know why they're so fond of fishes all about here? She spoke to the Red Queen, whose answer was a little wide of that remark. As to fishes, she said, very slowly and solemnly, putting her mouth close to Alice's ear. Her White Majesty knows a lovely riddle, all in poetry, all about fishes. Shall she repeat it? Her Red Majesty is very kind to mention it, the White Queen murmured into Alice's other ear, in a voice like the cooing of a pigeon. It will be such a treat. May I? Please do, Alice said very politely. The White Queen laughed with delight, and stroked Alice's cheek when she began. First, the fish must be caught. That is easy, a baby, I think, would have caught it. Next, the fish must be bought. That is easy, a penny, I think, would have bought it. Now cook me the fish. That is easy and will not take more than a minute. Let it lie in a dish. That is easy because it already is in it. Bring it here, let me sup. It is easy to set such a dish on the table. Take the dish cover up, and that is so hard that I fear I'm unable, for it holds it like a glue. Holds the lid to the dish while it lies in the middle, which is easiest to do. On dish cover the fish, or dish cover the riddle. Take a minute to think about it, and then guess, said the Red Queen. Meanwhile, we'll drink your health. Queen Alice's health, she screamed at the top of her voice, and all the guests began drinking it directly, and very queerly. They managed it. Some of them put their glasses upon their heads, like extinguishers, and drank all the trickle down their faces. Others upset the decanters, and drank the wine as it ran off the edges of the table, and 3 of them, who looked like kangaroos, scrambled into the dish of roast mutton, and began eagerly lapping up the gravy, just like pigs in a throat, thought Alice. You ought to return thanks in a neat speech, the Red Queen said, frowning at Alice as she spoke. We must support you, you know, the White Queen whispered as Alice got up to do it, very obediently, but a little frightened. Thank you very much, she whispered in reply, but I can do quite well without. That wouldn't be at all that thing, the Red Queen said, very decidedly, so Alice tried to submit to it with a good grace. And they did push so, she said afterwards. When she was telling her sister the story of the feast, she would have thought they wanted to squeeze me flat. In fact, it was rather difficult for her to keep in her place while she made her speech. The 2 queens pushed her so, one on each side, and they nearly lifted her up into the air. I rise to return thanks, Alice began, and she really did rise as she spoke, several inches. But she got hold of the edge of the table, and managed to pull herself down again. Take care of yourself, screamed the White Queen, seizing Alice's hair with both her hands. Something's going to happen. And then, as Alice afterwards described it, all sorts of things happened in a moment. The candles grew up to the ceiling, looking something like a bed of rushes with fireworks at the top. As to the bottles, they each took a pair of blades, which they hastily fitted on as wings, and so, with forks for legs, went fluttering about in all directions. And very like birds they look, Alice thought to herself, as well as she could in the dreadful confusion that was beginning. At this moment, she heard a hoarse laugh at her side, and turned to see what was the matter with the White Queen. But, instead of the Queen, there was a leg of a mutton sitting in a chair. Here I am, cried a voice from the soup tureen, and Alice turned again, just in time to see the Queen's broad, good-natured face grinning at her for a moment over the edge of the tureen, before she disappeared into the soup. There was not a moment to be lost. Already, several of the guests were lying down in the dishes, and the soup ladle was walking up the table towards Alice's chair, and beckoning to her impatiently to get out of its way. I can't stand this any longer, she cried as she jumped up and seized the tablecloth with both hands. One good pull, and plates, dishes, guests, and candles came crashing down together in a heap on the floor. And as for you, she went on, turning fiercely upon the Red Queen, whom she considered as the cause of all the mischief. But the queen was no longer at her side. She had suddenly dwindled down to the size of a little doll, and was now on the table, merrily running around and ran after her own shawl, which was trailing behind her. At any other time, Alice would have felt surprised at this, but she was far too much excited to be surprised at anything now. As for you, she repeated, catching hold of the little creature in the very act of jumping over a bottle which had just lighted up on the table. I'll shake you into a kitten, that I will. Chapter 10. Shaking. She took her off the table as she spoke, and shook her backwards and forwards with all her might. The Red Queen made no resistance whatever. Only her face grew very small, and her eyes got large and green, and still, as Alice went on shaking, she kept on growing shorter, and fatter, and softer, and rounder, and... Chapter 11. Waking. And it really was a kitten after all. Chapter 12. Which dreamed it? Your Majesty shouldn't purr so loud, Alice said, rubbing her eyes and addressing the kitten respectfully, yet with some severity. You woke me out of, oh, such a nice dream. And you've been along with me, kitty, all through the looking glass war. Did you know it, dear? It is a very inconvenient habit of kittens. Alice had once made a remark, that, whatever you say to them, they always purr, if they will only purr for yes and you for no. Or any rule for that sort, she had said, so that one could keep up a conversation. But how can you talk with a person if they always say the same thing? On this occasion, the kitten only purred, and it was impossible to guess whether it meant yes or no. So Alice hunted among the chessmen on the table till she had found the Red Queen. Then she went down on her knees on the hearthrug, and put the kitten and the queen to look at each other. Now, kitty, she cried, clapping her hands triumphantly, confess that was what you turned into. But he wouldn't look at it, she said, when she was explaining the thing afterwards to her sister. It turned away its head, and pretended not to see it, but it looked a little ashamed of itself, so I think it must have been the Red Queen. Sit up a little more stiffly, dear, Alice cried with a merry laugh, and curtsy while you're thinking what to do, what to purr. It saves time, remember. And she caught it up and gave it one little kiss, just in honor of having been the Red Queen. Snowdrop, my pet, she went on, looking over her shoulder at the white kitten, which was still patiently undergoing its toilet. When will Dina have finished with your White Majesty? I wonder. That must be the reason you were so untidy in my dream. Tina, do you know that you're scrubbing a White Queen? Really, it's most disrespectful of you. And what did Tina turn to, I wonder? She paralleled on, as she settled comfortably down, with one elbow in the rug, and her chin in her hand, to watch the kittens. Tell me, Dina, did you turn to Humpty Dumpty? I think you did. However, you better not mention it to your friends just yet, for I'm not sure. By the way, kitty, if only you'd been really with me, in my dream, there was one thing you would have enjoyed. Such a quantity of poetry said to me, all about fishes. Tomorrow morning, you shall have a real treat. All the time you're eating your breakfast, I'll repeat, the walrus and the carpenter, to you, and then you can make believe it's oyster seer. Now, kitty, let's consider who it was that dreamed it all. This is a serious question, my dear, and you should not go on licking your paw like that, as if Dina hadn't washed you this morning. You see, kitty, it must have been either me or the Red King. He was part of my dream, of course, but then I was part of his dream too. Was it the Red King, kitty? You were his wife, my dear, so you ought to know. Oh, kitty, do help to settle it. I'm sure your paw can wait. But the provoking kitten only began on the other paw, and pretended it hadn't heard the question. Who do you think it was? A boat beneath a sunny sky lingered onward dreamily, in an evening of July. Children three that nestle near, eager eye and willing ear, please a simple tale to hear. Long has paled the sunny sky, echoes fade and memories die. Autumn frosts have slain July. Still she haunts me, phantom-wise, Alice moving under skies, never seen by waking eyes. Children yet the tale to hear, eager eye and willing ear, lovingly shall nestle near, in a wonderland delight, dreaming as the days go by, dreaming as the summers die, ever drifting down the stream, lingering in the golden gleam life was it what it is? What is it but a dream? Hmm. Oh my god, we just finished it! Ah! We did it! God. My voice was already running out on the last chapter. Silver, thank you so much for lurking. Yippee, yes, we did it! Oh my god. I really liked it. Yay! Did you do the book club almost beforehand? I didn't! I didn't, which is why I think I was struggling more than usual. I do need to do that next time. Because I did, even when I was on the very first chapters, my throat was already getting so dry. So I think next time I definitely need to prepare better with the warm-ups and my tea, because I didn't get any tea also either. Been super into reading streams recently. Oh really? I'm glad. I also love well, I haven't really caught a lot of reading streams, but whenever I try to check like people who do writing and stuff, so I can listen to them while I'm reading a book. If you can, maybe try vocal cooldowns after stream then. Okay, I will try. Now that we finally finished the book, now we can continue to my little presentation. But I promise I'll try not to make it too long because I know you'll probably already, my pollitos are probably so tired by now. I'm sorry for keeping you all so, keeping you all awake for so long. So, let's go to the next screen. I'm so tired. I can't even look at my. I can barely look at my stream deck. Hold on. Okay. Yay! All right. Hold on. I can move my. Trying to move my chat. Okay. No! Why? Stop moving there! I can see it! Alright. There. So pretty! Thank you! Now that I'm home, I'll share some art from my book because the queens are adorable. Yes! Do it! Okay. Now, my little presentation that I prepared. This time I didn't rush through it. I worked through it last time. Because for some reason I assumed we were gonna be able to finish 2 books in one day, but I realized that wasn't actually gonna work. Not gonna lie, for a moment I misread Queens of Queer. I mean, they did mention a lot of the word was a lot in this book, although it was for a different meaning. Although it did make me wonder with the queens. I do think in the movie, well, in the Tim Burton movie, I think the queens are supposed to be related. I don't think in this book they were related, but when they, when the thing with the red queen and the white queen, by the end I was like, Queen Yuri in my mind. Makes me wonder. Okay. Let's see. Alice in Wonderland, technically, but it's both Through the Looking Glass and Alice in Wonderland. I'm trying to find where. Oh yeah, okay. Here. Now, discussion questions. So Alice's Adventures is often seen as a work for children. Do you agree? I definitely can see this. I mean, obviously it was mainly aimed at children, but it's also one of those stories that definitely I feel like you can appreciate a lot more as an adult. Like as a child, like as a children, you can see it's very whimsical and stuff, but as an adult, you can like learn everything else and like all the different layers and stuff that the author put into the story that I feel like it can be appreciated more. But it definitely it's more like a story for all ages. What do you think? That's my personal opinion. It definitely well, I didn't, obviously I didn't read this as a kid, but I did. The movie is definitely one of my favorite childhood movies. So it does feel like it's more of a universal kind of story. The whimsicalness is timeless. Exactly, yes. I feel like it's also like like the Little Prince. I feel like it's a book that you can get a lot. You can understand a lot more if you keep reading it. I definitely wanna. If I ever get the annotated version, I definitely would love to reread it, so I can get like all the understand like all the different references and stuff. Because I really, there's so much that I feel like I missed. Because it's a bit confusing. But I love how whimsical and fantastical it is. I mentioned it before, but the oyster scene stuck with me. Oh yeah! Ugh, the oyster scene! Honestly, I completely have forgotten about it from the movie because it's been so long since I watched the movie. But when I did reach that part in the book, I was like, oh my god, I remember that! It definitely is such a scene that really sticks with you. Yeah, like what scene or quote resonated the most with you? Definitely. Well, with this, I'm talking about both books, but definitely when it comes to this one, Through the Looking Glass is the oyster scene because I feel so bad about the oysters. Pobrecitos oysters. And I'm trying to think other one. But I'm trying to think of the first book. Which scenes I like the most? Alice Falling Down though is my favorite. Also OG Isekai. Wait, that's so true. How did I never make that connection? That's so true. Literally an isekai. Speaking of which, I've been watching an isekai anime that I really really love. So, ugh, yes, amazing. Why? Wait, that's true. Why has no one made like a actual anime isekai of Alice in Wonderland? That will go so hard. But yes, falling down is also one of my favorite parts, especially in the movie when you see like all the stuff floating around here. Also, I also really like the scene with the flowers, where she meets the flowers. I really love obviously the scene with the when she meets the Mad Hatter, because Mad Hatter is one of my favorites. And Cheshire Cat, the iconic phrase of "We're all mad here." That's also one of my favorites. I feel like there's so much iconic stuff in these books that just has like it stayed in the public consciousness because of the movies. Like even if you never read the book, is they've been on a lot of the adaptations that it sticks with you, you know. Also, who was your favorite character and why? Personally, I mean Alice for sure. I really love Alice as a character. I love how curious she is. Something I relate to. But I've always loved the Mad Hatter and Cheshire Cat. Those are the two characters I always loved the most. And generally. But Alice, of course, top. Those are my top three. Alice, definitely, yes. Honestly, I feel like, I mean, compared to the movies, I really love Alice a lot more in the book because you can see all the ways she thinks about things, about everything she encounters, and how she feels about stuff. And I just really loved her. And I was surprised she was like so young. For some reason, I assumed Alice was like 10 or like 11 at least. At least, well, to me that's how she looked a lot older in the movie, but um, she seems to be 7. So I was like, wait, she's 7? She's such a little kid. I love the Red Queen too. She knows how to solve issues they have. Oh yeah, yeah. She's really cool. Yeah, the queen. Okay, the Queen of Hearts. Um, I was wondering which one you meant. Yeah, because sometimes they, like I said, sometimes on adaptations they combine the two of them. Um, but Queen of Hearts. You mean when she cuts off their heads? Yeah, that's definitely a way to solve the issues. I also really love adaptations of how they well, at least the anime. I don't really like. Oh, she's okay in the Alice version, the animated version. I never really liked the Tim Burton version of the Queen, but I really love the anime versions. Those are, they make her really pretty. Which we're gonna be talking about in a bit when we talk about adaptations. Oh my gosh, hi! Thank you so much for the follow. S11, I hope I pronounced it right. Welcome to the vlog. Ever since I played Twisted Wonderland, I always think of Riddle when the Queen of Hearts is mentioned. Oh my god, that's true! I completely forgot to add him as a character. Well, I didn't really talk about. I just realized I didn't really add like characters inspired by Alice in Wonderland. I was talking about adaptations mostly. But oh my god, Riddle! I never played the game, but I've always loved him, just because of I love his design so much. He will be the reason I will play the game. I love him. I'm the type of fans who aren't actually in the media. They're just fan of the character. The Queen of Hearts, definitely. Same, he's my favorite. He's so good. Oh, someday I might get into Twisted Wonderland, hopefully, but I'm just the one I get into more gacha. or maybe I'll pull an N Stars when I used to be into N Stars, but I never actually played it. I will just read the stories of the wiki. Maybe I should do that. Okay. So those are all the discussion questions. We can. Okay, next slide. Now we talk about adaptations. Cause there's a lot of them. Twisted Wonderland is the game I never played, but one character inspired whole novella. Wait, seriously? Wait, which of your novellas? Now I'm curious. And which character? Now I want to know. Wait, Maul? Oh, wait, really? Wait, which character inspired Maul then? I mean, I know the characters not by name, but like I've seen them a lot on Funner and stuff. Melodious. I don't know how to spell. Maelus. Oh great, I think I know which one. Okay, yeah, I can definitely see the vibes. I can definitely see it. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Speaking of, I just finished today the book that I've been reading for like a few weeks. That I was and I was just thinking of finally picking up Maul after that, so good timing for you to mention him. You're okay, now adaptations. We're gonna start off with the movies. Obviously, the most iconic one, which is the Alice in Wonderland animated Disney version from 1951, which is definitely seems to be the most famous adaptation that have like mostly inspired a lot of other adaptations. Um, because you can pretty much tell when other adaptations like have the same kind of design as like the Cheshire Cat and stuff. Like you can pretty much tell when they were being like inspired by the movie. I definitely want. I love this movie so much as a kid. Very very good movie. Other adaptation is Alice in Wonderland, the live action version from 2010. I remember actually watching this at the movies, like when it came out, like after my birthday, I think, on my birthday week back then. So I went to watch it with my friends because that's when I was still on my also Alice in Wonderland phase. Hi. Oh, Shay, welcome. I love Alice. Good, good. That's what we're talking about right now, because we just finished the books. Thank you for checking in. I need to rewatch the action one. Me too. I was thinking about it because I don't remember if I ever watched the sequel. I might have watched it, but I think I might have actually. I just don't remember anything about it. But yeah, I was thinking. Funny story. I actually have her dress. I got her dress because I dressed I did like a cosplay, and I have that dress. I don't know where it is anymore, but I did cosplayer kind of. It was like a mixture of this too, because it was this dress, but my wig was more like this, which is kind of funny. But yeah, as you'll see, my I've always loved Alice in Wonderland. And the other adaptation is actually been announced recently. It's also an anime adaptation, although I think it's not like, well, from what I've learned about it, it's not like a direct adaptation of the books. It's like I don't know, there's like some other stuff, so it's not like a direct adaptation in that sense, but it does sound very interesting. It's called Alice in Wonderland Dive into Wonderland. It's gonna come out on this year, apparently. Yeah, it did say like I guess around August. But yeah, it's definitely not gonna be like completely faithful to the book. It kind of seems like, also sounds like an isekai version. With all the adaptations, I like when newer ones deviate and do their own spin on it. Yeah, I also like that too because it feels more fresh. And I'm really, really interested in this one. I really, really want to watch it when it comes out. Okay, next one. Now we got to anime related. Of course, I need to mention my most favorite, Pandora Hearts. It's inspired by Alice in Wonderland, the manga and the anime. I love Pandora Hearts with all my soul. I need to reread the manga and cry again. Need more horror Alice in Wonderland? Yes, we need to. There is, at least when it comes to books, but not. I haven't seen any on like movies or stuff. There needs to be more. Pandora Heart, yes. Pandora Heart is so dear to me. I'm still holding out hope we'll get someday a reboot of the anime like they did with Fruits Basket, and they have done with other animes nowadays, like Ranma and stuff, so we can have a faithful adaptation of the whole manga because it seriously deserves it. It makes me so sad that people who only know Pandora Hearts from the anime and never read the manga are missing out on peak literature. Cause the way that manga seriously, the plot twist of a lifetime that it gave me. The way it blew my mind. It made me cry, my eyes out. Ugh, ugh. I need to read it, and I wish I could experience it for the first time over again when I actually read the manga. Ugh. It's so sad that the anime left off at a certain part. So the part where I feel like where he left off in the wait, hold on. Oh, thank you, thank you so much for the follow. You're such an emotional reader. Yes, I am. Okay, but honestly, it's not. I'm not like someone who cries a lot with like everything that I read, but definitely there's been some media that makes me like that, and Pandora Hearts is one that definitely made me. The manga definitely made me cry my ass out at a lot of points. So yeah, the good. I don't want to spoil, of course, because I want everyone. If you ever decide to pick up the manga, I want everyone to experience the mind blowness. But it definitely, I do want to say, if you just watch the anime, it does give you like a whole different idea of what this story is about. It kind of, so when you reach more into the manga, when you go through the manga and you reach further into the story, you realize like everything is different. It's so good. Please read the manga, please. Maybe one day we can actually get a good adaptation. I watched it once as a kid, but might try reading it. Please do it, please. Ugh. I mean, nothing against the anime. I do love the anime. The music, I'm still obsessed with the music, especially like the music box. The music box tune from the little watch that Oz had. And it is a good introduction. But like I said, manga superior in every sense. It really mind blows you. The way this writer just like switches everything you think you know that's happening. It's just okay. Okay, enough. Next one. You all can see I'm very passionate about Pandora Hearts. Okay, next one is I feel like this one is also very well known, at least in the country of Hearts. It's an otome game that's also had manga adaptation, and I think it also has an animated movie. I remember also during my years in high school when I was obsessed with Pandora Hearts and Alice in Wonderland. I remember looking through more, trying to find more related stuff in anime, and that's how I found Alice in the Country of Hearts. You never heard it? It's basically Alice in Wonderland, but it's a harem. It's a what's it called? Reverse harem, with basically every single character that we just almost every single character that we met through the books it became like a hot man in this book, in this story for you to romance. Yes. Also, the Queen of Hearts also she's really pretty too, honestly. Hey, I love reverse harem. Yes. Honestly, I've been wanting to play this for the longest time. Hopefully, I do want to know if there's like a official English version or maybe a way to actually play it. But yeah, there's a Mad. Of course, you can date the Mad Hatter. You can date the hair, March Hare. I don't. Oh, the Dormouse. I think Dormouse also. You can rate the White Rabbit. I don't know. The Cheshire Cat. I do like the Cheshire Cat design, honestly. There's also like original characters. I remember there was one that I really liked. He had long black hair. He was kind of serious. I really liked him. I don't know if you can romance the Queen of Hearts. Unfortunately, I hope you can though. But yeah, there's a manga version. I recommend the manga too. I used to read it back then. I need to go back to it. I don't know if it's ever finished, but I used to have one of the volumes actually, now that I think about it. I don't know where it is anymore. There's this other manga where Alice is the guy too. Really? Which one? Okay, and then the other anime is this is basically like a adaptation of Alice in Wonderland. It's a very old, from 1983. I never watched this one, but I did found it when I was looking for more anime adaptations. This one seems to be kind of more like, I guess it doesn't seem like it was well, at least from what I read, it doesn't seem to be like an actual direct adaptation, more like an adventure type of deal, where every chapter she goes through like different adventures or something. It seems interesting though. I do like vintage anime, so the 1882 one is weird. What, really? Huh. I was planning to watch it. Well, a lot of I said I was thinking of watching it. But yeah, I feel like sometimes the adaptations they did from some classics back then can get a bit weird. I'm still curious though. I'm gonna give it a try. Okay, next one. Now we're gonna talk about games inspired by Alice in Wonderland. It's called Are You Alice? Oh wait, I know that one. I wanted to read it. It's on my list actually. I don't remember if I added it here. I don't think I did. But I do want to read that one. It's still worth a watch. It's just strange, but Alice is a strange story anyways. True. Whimsical and strange. Yeah, I definitely will give I definitely want to give it a try then. Okay, now talking about game adaptations. Well, inspired by Alice in Wonderland. Of course, there's the iconic American Magic Alice. I never played it myself, unfortunately, but I've been wanting to because I've heard so many good things about it. It seems really good. So I'm hoping someday I might buy it on Steam and play it because I'm really curious about that one. There's also a Lady Alice. This is one that just came out recently, last month. It's a visual novel, and I actually have this one, so I'm planning to play it sometime this month because I thought it would be nice to play this after we finish the books. I love Alice Madness Returns. Ah, really? That's the sequel of it, or? You definitely should. I think it's free if you have Xbox Game Pass. I don't have Xbox though. Unfortunately, I only have Steam. But I do want to definitely. I think I did sign on sale some time ago, but I didn't buy it. Next time for sure. When there's a sale, I want to get it. I want to get these games. Yeah, it's a sequel. Okay. Xbox app on PC. Oh, you can do that. I never play any Xbox games, so I have no idea. Okay, thank you for telling me. I'm gonna check that out then. If I can at least get one free, that would be much better. But yeah, it's Lady Alice. It's a visual novel that came out last month, and I'm definitely playing it. Not this week, but maybe the week after. Seems to be very short, and seems to be really good too. So I'm really looking forward to it. And then there's this other one. This one hasn't come out yet. It's on development. Havromania. It's also based on Alice in Wonderland. Is I think it's like a click and point type of game. The art looks really pretty. I've seen the artist has shared like her art and progress on it. It looks really good. I'm really looking forward to playing this when it comes out. Looks so good, right? So I definitely recommend you all to like keep up with the updates on this one because it looks so good. I want to play so bad already. Okay, next one. Oh no, where's my thing? Okay, there. Next one. Now we're gonna talk about books again. Books. Okay. So there's a lot of retellings about Alice in Wonderland, because like of course it's such an iconic book, so of course it has inspired many people across the years to make books inspired by the story. Yay, books! Yes, always. Just a disclaimer: I haven't read any of these. They're just on my TBR. I'm planning to read them at some point though. Um, so actually, Perla, since you were talking about horror, this one I'm pretty sure is a horror series. Alice the Chronicles of Alice series, by Christina Henry. This author apparently has done a lot of fairy tale retellings, but like in a horror version, and this is one of them. I think there's like 3 books on this one. I really love the covers. I think they're really cool. They look really cool, especially the Queen of Hearts one. So yeah, it's basically a retelling of Alice in Wonderland, but in like more horror sense. I think it's YA though, but still, it seems really good. And I've been wanting to read it for the longest time. And also her other book about Peter Pan. Oh, not Peter Pan, about Hook, I think. I also really want to read that one. Ugh. Okay, next one. Oh, actually, this one is from the author of Wicked, because I noticed that the author of Wicked has done like more books that are like inspired by other kind of fairy tales, like the Nutcracker, and he also did this one after Alice, which is in a way kind of like a sequel about what happened to after Alice went to Wonderland. This one also, I have it on Kindle. I haven't read it yet, but also another one that I really want to read. And so this cover is so pretty, isn't it? I'm like, I love this cover. And the next one, Heartless. This is a YA book. This is basically like a backstory about the Queen of Hearts. Basically, a book where the author came up with like what kind of backstory she thinks the Queen of Hearts has, how she might have become the ruthless, decapitating Queen of Hearts that we love today. In her backstory, I think I also have this book, but I also haven't read it yet. But I think from what I've seen is that she was like a baker or something. And it really makes me interested about how what kind of plot, what kind of stuff happened for her to turn into the Queen of Hearts. I'm really interested. I really like when other authors like focus on certain characters to develop them further or come up with like their ideas for them. It's really, also I really like this one. I mean, like in the sense that I really want to read it. Okay. Also, this cover, I like this cover. There's another cover that's more popular for this one, but I really like this one. And she's also the author. I read other books by this author, which is called the Lunar Chronicles, which also are like retellings, sci-fi retellings of other fairy tales like Rapunzel, Cinderella, Red Riding Hood, and Snow White. I really like them. I read them a long time ago. I really like them. So that's why I think this one is probably really good as well. This one, oh my god, I need to read this one. I need to finish this one. I need to go back. Okay. Mad About the Hatter. This is a retelling, but in the sense that it's a gay retelling about Alice having a brother, Henry, who he ends up in Wonderland, and he ends up falling in love with the Mad Hatter. Ah, which is exactly what I wanted in a book. Of course, yes. So yeah, this is definitely a book that I discovered it some years ago. I started reading it, but I never finished it. But I want to go back to read it, especially because there's a sequel that came out more recently. So yeah. If you all want some gay with the Mad Hatter, this is the book for you. Just remember, Mad About the Hatter. Right up your alley, exactly. We need more. We need more gay Alice in Wonderland retellings. Give me more now. It's unfortunate because I realized that I mean, back in the day, you know how when it comes to publishing with books, there's always like a trend. Like for example, when we had Twilight, it was like, oh, so many other people making supernatural romances books. Then we had Hunger Games, and so many started dystopian to books. So back in then 2010s, we started having fairy tale retellings. So it was like a bunch of fairy tale retellings. Now I guess it's romantasy and other stuff, but I'm so sad that the fairy tale retelling is not as popular anymore, because now I'm like, you all can make it gay now. You should all make it gay. Give me the fairy tale retelling that's gay. Okay, next one. Oh, with their heads. Well, actually, this is one of them, but we need more. This is another Alice in Wonderland retelling. This one also came out very recently. Pretty sure it was either last year or the year before, and it's sapphic. And I think also the main characters are Asian. Like, we got like the author. Oh, I love the cover so much. Ever since I heard about this book, I've been wanting to read it. I've been wanting to read it for so long. Ooh, I love the cover. Yes, right. It's so pretty. Ugh. But yeah, it's by an author who writes a lot of sapphic YA books, and this one, yes, it's sapphic, and I really want to read it. All with their heads. So I think Perla, I think you will like this one. Definitely can see that. Definitely reading this after the book I'm reading. Yes. I'm glad. That's the point of me sharing all these books. I want you all to find something you want to read. I prefer horrible covers. That way I can always say, don't judge a book by its cover. Well, that's a good philosophy to have, because I'm actually the type that does judge a book by its cover. If the cover is pretty, I'm buying it. I know I shouldn't, but that's how it is. So it does get disappointed. It does get disappointing when I pick a book that I buy because of the pretty cover and the book ends up being bad. Same. I hate ugly covers. It's cause okay. Also, my excuse. I'm an artist. Who wants to one day be able to illustrate book covers. So that's another reason why I really love them, because I think like, oh my god, I admire this artist so much. I wanna be able to draw like them. So, but yes, pretty book covers. I'm sorry, I'm weak. Aesthetic reader, yes, technically. Okay. Oh, also, this is another retelling. But I think this is a bit more like a dystopia type, but with like a lot of Alice in Wonderland elements, and it's by a black author. It's also another one that I've been wanting to read for so long. It's also a series. I'm pretty sure there's like 3 books in the series. So I also this one also sounds so cool. As someone who likes buying art, is 2-for-1 deal. Exactly. You get pretty art to look at, and you get a pretty book. That hopefully the book is good itself, because it's a shame what it isn't. But yeah, it also makes me happy to see retellings, but especially when it's by POC authors. We need more of those also. Okay, next one. Oh, this is actually a light novel that I've been wanting to read as well. CSP Foundation Iris Through the Looking Glass. Apparently it's from, well, I don't know much about SCP. I've been wanting to read those type of stories, but this one sounds very, very interesting. And I really like how they put like little Alice in Wonderland aspect to it. Oh, SCP. Ooh, yes. Sounds very interesting. And from what I've seen, at least from what I've seen on reviews, seems to be good. Wait, is this a manga? I don't remember if it was a light novel or a manga actually. I think, no, it's a light novel. I'm pretty sure it's a light novel. But yeah, it says like an ordinary boy encounters the paranormal when a photo of the same girl starts inexplicably showing up in every book he opens. One day, the girl reaches out and pulls him into the photo of her location, a cell in a top-secret facility belonging to the SCP Foundation, an organization dedicated to the research and containment of people, objects, and phenomena that defy reality. That sounds very interesting, honestly. I had a cat name, 096 Shy Guy, named after an SCP. Really? Oh, I honestly never gotten into it because I don't know much about it, but I've been wanting to. So if you have any of those that you recommend for me to read as a newbie, I really want to know. Cause I just heard so much about it, but I don't know. I was feeling intimidated because I was like, how do I even start with this stuff? But it just sounds so interesting. Okay, next one. Bibliomania. It's a horror manga. Also based on Alice in Wonderland. It says Alice had woken up in a room 431 of a mysterious manner. You must not leave this room, warned the serpent, but she paid no heed and her body began to rot. Would she be able to escape the cursed manor? This one also I really want to read. The art, well, I was looking through some of it. The art looked really pretty. Really creepy, but really cool. I really want to get this in physical because I think I found it in Spanish, but I think it's in Spain. They have like the Spanish version of this. I really want to own it because it looks really cool. Yeah, it's because he was so skittish that he even looking at him will make him brown. Aww, cosita. If I remember correctly, SCP-096 doesn't like being looked at either. Oh, I see. Aw, that's such a clever name. It's very cute. Makes me kind of think also of the VP Angels. Not to look at that. Although I know that's kind of different. But yeah, more horror kind of angle for Alice in this one. And oh well, that was actually all of it. I thought I have more, but I guess not. Yeah, I didn't add the other one. Are You Alice? That's the other one that I forgot to add. Oops. But yeah, that's all the adaptation stuff. Oof. Oh my god, this is the longest stream I think that I've done. Well, maybe not. I think last time when was I playing? That it was like almost 1 a.m. as well. Yeah. That was super fun. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you all enjoyed my rambling about Alice in Wonderland. Stanberry. I always love the story, even though I never actually read the books. So I'm glad I can finally like also talk about my passion for this story. Yay! 5.5 hours. Whoa. Oh wow. Okay. Well, it's not the longest as of yet, I guess. I think I did stream for 6 hours once. But it's definitely up there. Yeah, thank you so much for reading to us. Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad you all enjoyed my reading. Even though I kept struggling with my voice. Like I said, next time I do need to actually prepare better. So I don't keep coughing and stuff. But I'm glad we were able to actually manage everything that we needed for all the book and also my little presentation. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrant stretch. Okay, hold on. Wait, do I even have water left? Well, I have like a little bit. There. I basically just drank like the tiny little piece of water that I had left. Okay, stretch. Okay. There. Wow. I honestly wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to actually finish the whole book because I was getting so tired, but oh, thank you so much for the headband. But I'm glad we pushed through and we reached our little goal. So then we can start another book next time. Not this week because unfortunately, I won't have Sunday free as usual. But hopefully, the week after we can continue with book club. Okay, so before we go, I wanna find someone to raid. Hold on. Oh my god. I still have the Google tab open when I found the Roblox face. Oh, it jump scared me further. Oh my god, I still have also the Humpty Dumpty. The Shrek Humpty Dumpty will forever haunt my dreams. Okay, where's my thing for? Okay, now I can see it. Okay. Let's see, who can we raid? I usually don't stay up this late, so I don't know if anyone I know is online right now. Oh, okay, so there is a few. Okay, let me see. I was trying to decide if I should raid one of my usual mutuals or maybe someone new. LOL. forever scarred by that Humpty Dumpty. Okay, let me see. Similar. Do want to see if there's someone else who's also on my same category. So maybe someone who's also doing like a writing or reading stream. Let's see. No. Okay. Let me see. Let me check out this person. Oh, okay. I think I see someone who's working on some writing, and the little model looks really cute. Okay. They seem to be focusing right now though, so we, just in case, hopefully we're not interrupting them. But okay, me first. Read message. Okay. Oh, thank you for the hug emoji. Okay, here's the 2 read messages. One is for people who are subscribed, and the other one for those who aren't. So make sure to grab your messages before we go, and we can send the vlog to someone. Thanks for this stream. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much, everybody, for keeping me company today and sticking through. Especially those who stuck through the whole stream, because I was like, wow, I really didn't think so. I didn't think anyone was gonna stick so long, because it was so long. But I really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun, and it was really nice being able to talk to y'all about Alice in Wonderland and about books in general. Every birdie, aren't you so cute? Yes, every birdie, because you're all birdies. So okay, so like I said, thank you so much, and I hope to see you all next time when the library opens. Bye bye.